some amazing things. Me and you, we can do some amazing things. Some amazing things. We both from the city, same city as Frank White, same city where the late night can give life, take life. Train show off their artwork, while the sirens sing lullabies. Bodegas is the meeting spot for all the hustlers in the corner guys. Take my hand, young Juliet, we escaping in the midnight. I got enough for a chopped cheese, 2 one-way flights. We gon' run and never look back, live free or die. We gon' show the whole world we were diamonds in the sky. Me and you, we can do some amazing things. Some amazing things. Some amazing things. Me and you, we can do some amazing things. Some amazing things. Some amazing things. I mean, what's really keeping us? The elevators don't work right. Trinitarios on my left, blood and Crips if I turn right. I wanna live with a doorman, and the building is all white. Best friend yelled domino, then laughed and said, yeah, right. We gotta get away, gotta get away, get away, gotta get away. We gotta get again, we gotta get away, gotta get away, we gotta get away, we gotta get away, we gotta get away, we gotta get away. Take my hand, young Juliet, we gotta run, I mean right now. I can't explain just exactly how, but I promise I'll figure out. Keep my pace, my everything. We gotta move, I mean move fast. I found a stolen car up the street. It only got like a quarter gas. That's Jersey where I'm pointing at. We could be there in a flash. Worry about food when we get there. I'ma sell this for extra cash. We took a chance on ourselves, took a chance with each other. Started as runaways from hell, but destined to be lovers.
And good morning, February 24th, 2026. Lot to discuss. Black budgets. Black budgets in the billions. A lot to discuss. I voted for Trump, right? Let's just put that out there, because my friends never seem to let a chance go by without reminding me. Hey, didn't you vote for that guy? Yeah, I did vote for him. If you want context, I'll give you context. But, you know, we needed something different from what we had. That's for sure. And to be fair, he did not run on any of the things that he's actually executing now. So, but you're right to call me out. I like to. There's a lady named Catherine Austin Fitz. She pretty much straightened it out. I brought some understanding, should I say, and said, listen, they might have a control file on your boy. That might be what's going on there. Give me 1 second. I get my presentation available for you guys. All right, I think we're good. Are we good? Okay. I think we're good. All right, here we go. Let's start off like this. Good morning, everybody. Let's discuss the Senate budget. Democrats demand transparency topic. All right. Let's see. Come over here. This is the first time I'm using this app. Okay. So I learned a lot just looking this whole topic up. There was a lot of things I did learn, and it kind of threw me off. So I want to start from the beginning so nobody feels crazy. Carol Max says, now you got worse. Are you happy? I don't know if I got worse, Carol. I wouldn't go that far. Don't get arrogant, Carol. I would not go that far. I don't know if I got worse. I didn't get if we're going to be honest, I didn't get what I expected. Worse, we had our Secretary of Health was a guy who literally thought he was a woman. You were okay with that. I don't know if I got worse. What happened got worse after the guy who thought he was a woman was elected health secretary. That's what we got worse. You know, we got guys in pantyhose marching into the elementary schools asking young children in first grade, second grade, are they confused? I don't know if we got worse. I promise you, I don't know if we got worse. I said I didn't get what I expected. But let's talk about this budget. Let's talk about what I learned. First of all, I'm going to keep it real with you. I never heard of a reconciliation portion of a budget or anything. So that kind of threw me for a loop, and it was an opportunity to learn what is this reconciliation budget. I know the overall fiscal budget is for defense was like $900 billion, which is precedent. But what is this $90 billion that you're talking about for the reconciliation? Really, it was $150, but we'll get into that. But what is this bill? So I said, okay, let's do it like this. Since we're going to meet here and discuss, let's take it from the beginning for everybody, because I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's in the dark, right? So what is a budget reconciliation? A crucial legislative tool. Excuse me. Budget reconciliation enables certain spending and tax bills to pass the Senate with a simple 51-vote majority, circumventing the typical 60-vote filibuster. It often utilized for major spending packages, significant tax reforms, debt limit adjustments, and broad budget. The $150 billion question. Reconciliation funding explained. A substantial $150 billion in national security funding was included in a budget reconciliation bill. This amount is drawing scrutiny due to its opaque nature. This funding, part of a larger package, bypassed a traditional 60-vote Senate threshold. Its specific allocation and impact remain largely undisclosed to the public until yesterday. It came across my feed, and I do want to discuss it. Hold on. We got Sassy Mo. People need not to depend on the government. Okay, we're talking. They're the ones who tell you to pick a side, so I chose me. Good answer, Easy Mo. I hear a lot of people say that. People are fighting each other instead of the government. And I totally, Little Foots, what's good with you? I totally agree with that, right? But I'm going to tell you, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, Sassy. I was so done with that last administration because I went through so much. I just wanted a change. Because I'm gonna tell you something, I usually don't vote, but I wanted I didn't want. Listen, this guy was senile. We all seen that. You know, the jokes are cool. Oh, he's falling up a flight of steps. It was moments are hilarious, and then there was moments that were not hilarious at all. One of the moments that wasn't hilarious, I'm a trucker. Him allowing these domicile licenses, meaning people that come from anywhere. I don't want to point out one country, even though there was some countries here more than others. He allowed other countries to come here and work as if we did not have enough CDL workers here willing to work the highways. For every action, there's a reaction. What that did was drive down the price of the contracts. So now the people that's here in the United States making a good living, all of a sudden are struggling. And that struggle was unnecessary. And that's just one of the things that weren't funny to me. I can rattle them off. But because they were compounded, I said, man, we need a change. And this guy was saying all of the right things, right? He even brought in some people that I had been watching for a while. One, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino, I didn't really think he was going to be in politics at all, to tell you the truth. I used to just listen to Dan Bongino every morning, right? It was American radio. We didn't know that Dan Bongino, we had no idea that the president might come back, if he even won, would come back for Dan Bongino. So me having already that affinity with Dan, I'm like, oh yeah, he's going in the right direction because I know Dan Bongino's conversation, and he's certainly not gonna stand for no BS when he gets in there. What are you gonna do? Right? So that's what made me actually vote Sassy. But I do agree with you, Sassy. I do definitely agree with you what you're saying. Let's get back to this, but keep on commenting down there, Sassy. Keep on going. So a substantial $150 billion in national security funding was included in a budget reconciliation bill. The amount is drawing scrutiny due to. So I read that already. Let's go. So what happened? I wanted to know, how did this reconciliation bill pass? Because I said, what type of Democrats voted for this, right? And going back to Sassy, let me just say this. I am one who believes that it's one bird and there's two different feathers on the same bird. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to discuss it any old way. But I wanted to know what Democrats voted for this bill. It turns out no Democrats voted for the bill. So I said, oh, well, good for you guys, right? On July 1st, 2025, the Senate voted on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, revealing an unexpected alignment. All Democrats presented voted against it. 0 Democrats voted for it. Republican leadership relied solely on Republican votes for its pass. So how did it pass? Senate showdown. The bill's passage hinged on a critical alignment with a divided Senate. 50-50 split. The vice president had to come in and cast his vote. And that's how the bill got passed. J.D. Vance had to come in and he had to give the deciding vote. The reconciliation portion refers to an additional 150 billion in national security funding for fiscal year 2026. An additional 150 billion. I did a little digging, not a lot, enough, because in my mind, I say, man, one of the reasons that America is losing its power, and I don't say that, but I don't say that lightly. I don't say that because I'm trolling. I don't say that because it's part of groupthink. I say that because I literally see the Federal Reserve shifting gears to a new reserve currency, and they're warming up to China and Russia. This has already started. The process has already started. And I think we had our time here in the United States. And I think we could have did better while we were in power. We could have did way better. It boils down to greed. And I want to show everyone what some of that greed looks like. So I dug a little bit into what they were spending on, because they unveiled the spending, what they were saying was opaque, the classified. Well, they unveiled some of those classified portions of the of the bill, what they would be spending it on last night. And I went through a couple of these things, and I found some things out that I wasn't necessarily pleased with, like where the money is going, obviously, and what the money is being spent on. But it gets a little bit deeper than that. So just rock out with me for a moment, and I'll get to your comments in a second. Tisha May is here. I haven't seen her in a while. Hey, Tish. Okay. There's a lot, Tish, I didn't know when I started researching this. You're not the only one. So let's go. The reconciliation portion refers to 150. Okay. So the total defense authorization bill was $900 billion, right? But I think he did. Here's the thing. If I'm being honest, I think I remember, and you guys will remind me, I think he was complaining about it being that high. But then for some reason, it definitely went up to almost $1 trillion. There's almost $1 trillion in spending. But that would make sense if they keep on driving. They keep on driving the devaluing of the dollar, right? And all this inflation is going to keep. I don't think you can. It would seem like you can fight inflation by just printing more money. That's what it seems like, right? But that's like a gambler thinking he's going to win back his money by gambling more of his money. That's all that is. You cannot fight inflation by spending more, like printing more money. There's no way in the world. Only a fool would do something that is not working, but continue to do it over and over again. So I know we have the sense to know these elementary things. Why aren't we doing them is the question, is the real question. Why are we doing the opposite? So we have $900 billion was the total defense authorization, 150 additional national security funding via reconciliation, which we just went over, and $90 billion of the reconciliation of the $150 billion was classified. $90 billion was classified of the 100 and extra additional 150. What are we doing? Where's this money going? I'm going to show you where some of it went, and then you guys are very smart, and you'll put it together yourself. Or you'll at least research. Come back to me and say, oh, this is what it... Okay, I'm listening. What does classified mean? When government spending is classified, it means vital details are withheld from the public and even many lawmakers. That's crazy. What are you talking about? How are they supposed to make a sensible decision if they don't even have the details of what they're supposed to be making a decision on? What are you talking about? This impacts accountability and oversight. Detailed breakdown, not publicly released, can only be viewed in secure settings. Access limited to clear members of Congress. Let me tell you something about that National Security Act that was passed decades ago. It screwed us in the pooch, and they knew it was going to do that. This whole thing is about embezzlement. Of course, I'm oversimplifying it, right? I just want to say that. That's my accountability as a person on YouTube. But nonetheless, I don't care if we take the long way home or the short way home. It's going to come down to politicians who wanted to do things without any oversight. And when they didn't have any oversight, we caught them with their hand in the cookie jar numerous of times. So it usually comes down to some type of embezzlement or giving money to friends, family, business people, enemies for exchange for this. It's come down to something sinister, I assure you. The 90 billion black box. The Pentagon submitted the entire 90 billion reconciliation segment as fully classified. Of course they did. This means a significant portion of the national security funding remains hidden from public scrutiny. No public line item breakdown, no publicly viewable projects descriptions, no detailed allocation transparency. Beyond the black box, why it matters. Standard classification. Only sensitive programs, covert ops, intel, advanced weapons are classified. Routine items, barracks, upgrades, maintenance, shipping, repairs are usually unclassified. The unprecedented issue is that even non-sensitive items were fully classified, not just redacted. Okay, so you got to make it make sense to us, you know? I think we've been more than reasonable. I think we've been way more than understanding, but I think all of us get pretty ticked off when you talk to us like idiots. So we don't understand that part. We don't like the part where you say things are too sensitive to mention. Covert ops. We're not even always on board with your covert ops. You understand? Your covert ops a lot of times cause more problems at home than they do anywhere else. Plus they're causing problems somewhere else. Do remember how crack cocaine spread so fast in the United States due to one of your covert ops. You doing something no one approved of. And this is why you need oversight. Then you have Nancy Reagan on TV telling people just say no. Just say no. What is a classified reconciliation portion? It's the segment of defense funding approved via budget reconciliation where the entire spending breakdown is hidden. Instead of public release, details remain classified, preventing open scrutiny of how these funds are allocated. 150 billion at stake. The scale of this funding and the secrecy surrounding it has triggered serious alarm on Capitol Hill. Congressional Democrats are demanding answers on where this money is actually going. You know, a lot of times I sit there and I watch this show called Republicans versus Democrats, and sometimes it's called Democrats versus Republicans. It depends what time you watch this show. And I literally think this is nitpicking. You never know when to take either of these two sides seriously because none of them are fully serious all the time. They're just in character all the time. Even your favorite ones, right? Jim Jordan. He's one of my favorites. But I have to admit, all of them are in character all the time. It's like a big performance. I'm mad at you. I'm going to yell at the committee's hearing. But it's a performance at our expense, and I know for a fact that we can no longer afford to fund this theatrical program. Sassy says we're paying for free water. Well, that might be the Sassy. Remember that program? Because they always put it in the programs for whatever strange reason. Remember that movie with Justin Timberlake, Out of Time or something like that? Crazy. It seemed crazy at the time. Until you see the new technology that they're working on, the nanotechnology. Do you see the patents that they're applying for? Bill Gates has a licensed patent for mining cryptocurrency from human activity. You don't have to do anything. Don't worry. You don't have to. He's not asking you to put anything on like Elon Musk. No. That's the scary part. At least Elon Musk said, hey, you want to put this on? And then he just waited for some desperate person to say, I'll put it on. I don't got nothing going on, blood. Nothing going on. I'm good. I just broke up with my wife and my girlfriend. We're good. Whatever you want to do. I'm down to clown all around the town. Okay, yeah. Well, just put this on. And something Willy Wonka actually happened with that, by the way. Something got crazy with that experiment. And then you just didn't hear from him no more. Elon Musk is the Kanye West of whatever he's into. I don't even know if it's aerospace parts. I don't know what the guy does. I try to keep up. I don't know. What? I can't explain what he does. We know it's tech. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, bro. How you make so much money promising people you're gonna get to the moon? You're gonna, he's just. Is he the Reverend Ike or the Joel Osteen of tech? Like what is going on? You're just selling promises, bro. I'm gonna get you guys back to Mars. That's Scout's honor. And then we'll use the Doji coin to get us there. Can I get an amen? And then the whole Reddit goes, amen, brother, amen. And then he just wakes up richer. I don't know what's going on. Classification controversy, a breakdown from precedent. The Pentagon's decision to classify the entire $90 billion plan departs sharply from long-standing practice. Historically, only genuinely sensitive intelligence programs receive full classification. Routine items that are hidden, items like barracks, upgrade, facility maintenance, clearly are non-sensitive and are now buried under the same classification umbrella as covert operation. This sets a dangerous precedent. Yes, it does. Because once you allow someone to do something, they rarely go backwards, right? So, the tolls. These states come up with whatever reason they're raising the tolls, and obviously to get into New York, we watched it dramatically go to something that is affordable to something that is not affordable. And just a reminder that Midtown Easy Pass started at $9. I'm going to let you know right now, it's only going to go up. Right? It's only going to go up. So definitely be prepared. Be prepared for that bad boy to go up to 20. They don't want you really down past that point anyway, you riffraff. They would prefer, huh? Yeah, what you thought you were gonna take her out on a nice first date and blow her socks off? That's what you thought, huh? You're all in the backyard of the Chelsea, down in the bottom, where the buildings are at. Yeah, I'm gonna take you down there, find a parking space, we'll walk around. You don't live here, bro. You don't live. Why do you keep taking dates out here? I see you out here numerous times. Now you're blaming Karens. Thank you, Tish. Tish says I'll be right back. Now you're out here blaming Karens for questioning you for bringing dates to places you don't live because the aesthetics are pleasing. Yeah, they want to put an end to that. They want to put an end to that. Get you right up out of here. You don't live here. $20 to come down. That's not an easy date. No, it is not. That's just to get down to the area. Now what are you going to do? You just going to get some $3 hot dogs and talk about life and all that? Not on New York's watch. So when we allow certain things to just happen, period, they're not gonna go back. So I'm glad in this particular case it was pointed out, it was called out. Will it stop anything? I don't know. They did undisclose it. What a vamped fool this man is. Jay Donovan, you're here, bro. Yeah. Good morning to you. Let's go with that energy. Let's go with that energy. Good morning to you. Good vibes your way, Jay Donovan. Good vibes your way. Senate Democrats speak out. Senator Mark Warner leading the charge. Warner warns the classification risk, enabling a slush fund. Okay. With no accountability to taxpayers or Congress. Like I said, no one's an idiot. No one's an idiot. So we need that accountability. This our energy is 10 minutes while I drink my coffee. Whatever, bro. Whatever floats your boat, man. I got my coffee right here. Good energy, bro. I can't control what you do, but I can control how I respond, Jay. Senator Jeff Merkley. Merkley and fellow Budget Committee Democrats are demanding the Pentagon to justify why routine defense spending is hidden from public view And what say you people out there that's listening right now? Do you think this is a good call out by these two senators? Or are they nitpicking? It doesn't matter. It's not that important. Me personally, I think it is important because for the reasons I've already given and for the reasons that Senator Mark Warner pointed out. When you let like things like this slide, right? It may seem like, oh, you just now you guys are just nitpicking. You're looking for something to fuss about. No, it's still $90 billion, and we still have people on Skid Row in California right now, right? Flooding the streets. How long has Skid Row been a meme? Now you're like, well, that's the state's problem. Allegedly. We still have people on Kensington Drive in Pennsylvania. Not as many as before since the internet. I don't want to get into that. Addiction is a disease Ponzi scheme. Because that's what it is. It's a Ponzi scheme. And I'm not saying that if you have an addiction, I'm not judging you. I'm judging the people who are saying they're helping you, and it's really a way to help themselves. That's a whole nother show. Right? Then you get these treatment zombie houses popping up in all these decent neighborhoods, and they're doing nothing but sucking the government dry. And it's another needle in the vein of the government, sucking, bleeding money. This whole thing, when you catch them, it appears to be a big Ponzi scheme. Let's keep going. Like I said, that's another show. The letter to the Secretary Hegseth. The classification of routine, non-sensitive spending items is unprecedented and undermines Congress's constitutional role in overseeing the use of public funds. Well, what's the rationale? Senators formally demanded a clear justification for why the full $90 billion plan required classification rather than targeted redactions. The letter specifically highlights that many line items are publicly releasable and should be disclosed immediately without any national security risk. But we've heard from other people that have interviewed with many different people that everything that is classified as national security, a lot of times it was dumped in the national security folder. And if they were to take the time to go through all of these, and maybe with now that AI, people and organizations are utilizing AI more, I think this would be a great time to implement it. However, let me tell you something. I spoke to someone recently. And we were discussing all of these legacy programs that these companies use. And usually, from my experience, when a company purposely continues to use a legacy program, you know, it's the year 2026. You go into a place and they have a software that's a black screen with green font. And you're like, what is going on? Right? So either this is highly sophisticated software on some Jason Bourne business, or this is very old software. It would be the latter, my friend. It would absolutely be the latter. It's very old software. You know why it's very old software? Someone who came up with this software decades ago is a friend to whoever is in charge of that company, department, whatever, and they're getting a check every month for that software. And it is not a cheap check. I can tell you that. I'm going to show you that. It's taking care of some things. And that's why. I know this because at one point in time, as a younger man, I was out there trying to get it, right? So I had my Sam's number, I had my cage number, and government contracts, all this other stuff, right? I'm out there trying to get it. And I kept on running into walls. And usually these walls were, they were more political than anything. It didn't matter how sophisticated my software was and how easy I can make the tasks automate and all. It didn't matter it didn't matter how good my idea was. What mattered was this guy knows this guy. That's not changing. Yeah. Broader transparency concerns, restricted communication. The new Pentagon rules limiting contact with Congress and the press compound the oversight crisis already created by the classified spin plan. That's crazy. Do we want that? I got to think about that. Do we want the Pentagon not to be able to communicate or contact Congress and the press? I think it's the other way around. I think Congress and the press cannot contact the Pentagon. That's what I'm thinking. Constitutional challenge. Democrats argue these restrictions undermine checks and balances enshrined in the Constitution, eroding the separation of powers. Bro, the separation of powers have been eroded. We found a way around that. Since when does a president get elected and off the jump, first day, the seat is not warm, I assure you, 200, 400 executive orders, just rattling them off. What are you talking about eroding separation of powers? It's been eroded. What are we talking about? Public accountability. Without transparency, citizens and their elected representatives have no way to verify that $150 billion in taxpayer money is being spent reasonably. I didn't even get there yet. But when did we ever? I guess that would be my response, which is a poor response, right? And I would give that to myself driving in the car. I wouldn't say it out loud at the Senate. I would find something more articulate to come back with. But at the end of the day, we're overloaded with so much information. It's usually easy to hide something like that. So I could kind of see why they tried to get away with it. But I don't think the Dems have anything else better to do. So it's like, yo, what else do I got to do but sit here and wait for you to do something stupid? Right? Oh, got him. Tried to hide 90 billion. We on that. Let's go. Where's the 90? Sir, can I have a conversation? Where's the 90 billion? They couldn't wait for that. So we got 60 billion actually missing from the 150, right? Unaccounted for. Congress has yet to receive any unclassified spend plan for the remaining $60 billion appropriated in the reconciliation bill. Pentagon's fiscal year 2006 spending plan revealed $152 billion accelerated. Recent unclassified fiscal year 26 plans show an accelerated spending trajectory focused on munitions, missile, defense, shipbuilding as core priorities. Jesus. As core priorities. All right. So let's have that discussion. We can go, there's so many options here, right? Because he is the president. I don't like to put everything on the president, but that's the leadership. Like, that's the guy who says, yeah, I think we should go in this direction, right? And can we agree on us going in this direction, right? And then we the people who reach out to our representatives, and then they go before the Senate and the House, and they say, yo, I've been speaking to my people, and I think this is a good idea. I'm gonna propose a bill. I think this is a good idea. And they're gonna have to vote on it. I don't know how many Americans. I know many Americans are thankful that there are people who would sign up and say, yo, I'll protect you while you sleep. So I don't want this conversation to go off on a tangent, right? Because you're always going to get some schmuck who's wearing a trucker hat with a flag on it saying, hey, love it or leave it, pal. These people die for you. Yo, easy. Thank you for your service. There's always someone that wasn't even in the service talking crazy. It is not the fact that I take for granted someone risking their life and say, you know what, while you sleep, I'm gonna go do this, right? Say thank you. You deserve a paycheck. Oh, I'm getting a paycheck for it. Don't you worry about that. Oh, okay. Spend it wisely, because it's going to be a different tune when you come out of the service. I assure you this. Spend it wisely. Save your money. They're feeding you. You understand? Stay on the barracks. Save your money. Focus. Stay focused. Never mind the lady boys. Wherever you're landing, never mind lady boys, bro. Knock it off. Focus. Come home a better person. But I don't know how many of us, even though we show the gratitude, I don't know how many Americans are like, yo, like Jay just came in here wilding a second ago because he didn't get his coffee, right? Shout out to Jay Donovan. He was out here trying to trigger me a second ago. Do you think he woke up this morning like, fuck, bro, when we going to war? He doesn't sound like the type of guy who's just looking to go to war every morning. You understand? We got Tisha in here. I highly doubt these are the things that's on her mind in the morning. These are not the concerns of most Americans. And I don't have that data. I'm just going to go out there and wing that this is not at the top of our priority list. And you know what's sad is that I think they think we're stupid when we don't show enough enthusiasm about going to war. Something usually happens that kind of tries to nudge us in the right way, and it's like, see, this is why we have to go to war. This is why we have to go to war. I've been trying to tell you guys. But it usually takes something dramatic, like 2 planes being knocked down by a demolition. Sorry, did I say that? 2 buildings being knocked down. Sorry. With a third one, whatever. Don't feel like having that conversation this morning, right? But when things like that happen, then guess what? Everyone gets aggravated, and that's when you get young kids that sign up and say, not on my watch. Now we got a 19-year-old, right? We got a fresh, he just turned 18, bro. And he figured nothing else would make him, his parents prouder, his people prouder than going off to war for this reason here. Because this is admirable. And this is patriotic. And then you find out 20 years later, it was all for lies, right? It's kind of too late now. The bro lost his leg over there, bro. He lost his leg. Somebody else lost their sight. You understand? Many were guinea pigs on what they were given as medication and stuff. But we'll get into that on another show. The purpose of me bringing this up is don't try to guilt trip us into wanting to accepting war as a way of life. I wasn't on board with you changing the name. There's power in words. So I was digging the Department of Defense. This whole Department of War. Department of War sounds like we're going on the offense. And we did, right? Not that Greenland has a lot of people. I think Greenland has less than 100,000 population altogether. But obviously it wasn't going to stop with Greenland. It was just going to keep going because I can see what he's doing. He wants one hemisphere. He wants one side of the globe. And then he'll say, okay, you guys take that side and we'll take this side and we'll figure it out. And maybe that's how it's going to go. Military readiness. National security funding directly shapes the readiness, capability, and global posture of U.S. armed forces. Every dollar must be traceable. Let me ask you this. We got the blockchain coming and we got the programmable money and all this other stuff. Will the Pentagon still be able to get away with these ridiculous non-inclusive information, non-inclusive partial audits where they don't have enough information to give a full audit? I wonder. Congressional oversight. The Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse. Secret spend plans strip lawmakers of the information needed to exercise that authority. That's right. This ultimately affects public trust, but it doesn't really matter what partisan goals it becomes in control next, right? I mean, ultimately, human beings and non-human beings are in control, and clearly we cannot trust these people, even if they're good-hearted, because what happens is they were doing something funky when they were 17, 18, and there was somebody following them that has a picture and seeing what they did. I don't know what picture they have of RFK when he was 17. Some crazy story about he was out here hitchhiking from there to there. I don't know what he was doing, bro. But clearly, they got something on you, bro. Because I seen you out here pushing it for the MMR, and I'm like, what are you doing? I read your book. This is not the trajectory you was on. This is not why I was pushing for your support. I was supporting you at all. And it seems like each and every one of you are doing the opposite of what I was supporting you for. The only one with the decency is Dan Bongino. And a lot of people still give him slack. Like, they still give him flack, but I'm a little bit light on Dan because he did step down. He did say, I can't do this. I can't. I'd rather go back to my podcast. Yeah, he lied. Okay, he lied. But I knew he was lying when he lied. And I knew why he might have been lying. So we can say, yo, yeah, but he's a liar too. Do we know what type of games they were playing? How do we know they wouldn't have said he had an aneurysm in a month? Oh, well, today we mourned the death of Dan Bongino. Tragically died of an aneurysm while eating Cheerios. A day before he was to air on his brand new podcast, in other news, hula hoops that do all the work, that make you lose weight. Right after these messages. What? It is easy for us to judge, but we don't know the repercussions that come with making a decision like just abruptly leaving government after knowing so many secrets. Do you know the process? Do you know the debriefing process? You don't. You're miles away to discuss giving your opinion. All right, we got to pay some of the bills. Today's show is brought to you by Tisserand Laser and Skincare. Tisserand is located right there in Bayonne, New Jersey. They do excellent work. They specialize in acne treatment, skin rejuvenation, and hair removal. They do chemical peels, laser therapy, blue light therapy, topical treatments. They do skin rejuvenation, laser therapy, oxygen facials, Botox, dermal fillers. You can give them a call at 718-216-8484. That's 718-216-8484. Teacher says, it's why I think CK got taken out. But that's a whole not digging at the moment. Been researching it long enough. Boondock says, at Huey, I knew what was up with, when he posted a picture with a Well, I missed that. Was that AI, Boondocks? Was that? Nah, man. Nah, hold on. I want to hold on. Don't nobody go nowhere. Let me, since you brought that up, man. I seen something last night that I thought was hilarious. I'm just gonna play the audio. I think I saved it. I'm gonna play the audio. Seen something last night that was hilarious. Hopefully I saved it. Where you at now? Oh. I don't think I saved it. So basically it was all the it was all the people. Oh, do I got it? I think this is it right here.
Free fries when you get vaccinated?
Yeah.
I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this?
Burger element to this.
Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination.
Yo, what about the one I saved was actually a montage of punk ass Don Lemon criticizing people, right? Along with others who were paid.
So the United States distanced themselves and pulled themselves out of the World Health Organization.
That's not the one. Criticizing everyone for not taking it, and these people even said that they were proposing that crimes, like we go to jail for not getting vaccinated. Who remembers this? I never got vaccinated, right? So there were people that were trying to guilt trip other people into groupthink, and it worked. Then there were some people who were given the ultimatum that you can lose your job or you can get vaccinated. And it worked. They didn't even work at healthcare places. I remember working in the warehouse. It got so stupid. I was so frustrated. They used to frustrate at me. They was like, yo, you got to wear your mask. And if you wore it down a little bit, there was always some overzealous person that was trying to become management. So they're like, oh, can you please put your mask all the way down so it covers your whole face? Yo, I wanted. Sometimes I just think about post-apocalypse, right? Like when America falls. When America falls and they don't have the budget for police to come, let me tell you something. You might see the darkest Jamel you ever fucking seen in your life, right? I hope you're not one of those people, and I know where you fucking live. I swear to God! I'm just telling you the truth. When this bitch fall and they like, yo, please, Americans, be safe. We'll talk back to you in 9 months and see how you doing, right? They don't got the police force. They don't got the resources to cover all the areas. Don't think I won't find where you fuckheads live at. Oh my God! I don't hate a lot, but I hate you fucking retards. Oh! You want to follow the rules so bad and show the guy in the white coat, look, I know how to follow the rules all the way to death. You told me go walk off a cliff, and I did, but I lived and I came back. And now this guy here, look, him, he doesn't have his mask all the way down to the face, and he's putting all of us in jeopardy. Sassy said it was about genocide. We know that now. But I'm talking about the ones who didn't have a backbone. That shit irritated me so much. I knew what the government was doing, and I knew what the corporations that we work for was doing, because they wanted to, you understand? They had to comply. Like, this thing was well thought out by the evil people, the evil geniuses. It was well thought out. Some of us chose, I'm not going to work then. That's just that. But let me tell you something. If Uber would have complied with all of that, I would have been up shit's creek. You understand? But Uber, they didn't give a fuck. Uber didn't give none of that. Huh? So that kept me going. And then Uber was being subsidized by the government too. So there was a lot of crazy weeks we had. Crazy in a good way, not crazy in a bad way. Uber had specials going on. If you picked up 20 people, an extra 20 people, you get $500. Wallahi. Pick up an extra 20 people, you're giving $500. Yo, the money was coming so fast. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Don Lemon was out here discussing the unvaccinated. I wish I could find that freaking video. I must not have saved it. Let's get back to this. You guys are absolutely right. Now we know. Everything came out. We are well aware.
80% of Americans took a vaccine. 20% didn't. 20% did not take a vaccine. The vaccine was never safe enough for me to take.
Hello.
Messenger RNA, devised by Pfizer and Moderna, has been chemically modified to be unassailable to enzymes in the body to be broken down. The messenger RNA is found in the human heart of people who die after the vaccine. It's found in the brain. The spike protein is found everywhere in the body. 3 studies now show the spike protein is circulating in the blood for 6 to 9 months after people take the shot. This part of the virus, the lethal part of the virus in the vaccinated, it's circulating in the blood. And then they take a booster, they get more circulating in the blood. It is a killer protein.
Hello. And that's not misinformation or disinformation. Those are the words of Dr. Peter McCullough, co-inventor of the mRNA. Senate budget Democrats urge immediate steps to restore accountability. So, they wanted the Pentagon to release the full plan, right? Unclassified spending for the entire $150 billion, so that we can restore transparency. Well, they did. And this is what came out. Munitions, $3 billion investment breakdown. We got 2.1 on missile, or 500 million on missiles, 300 million on interceptors. It's a lot of munitions here. We don't need to go through all of them. I did go through one in particular, and I'm going to tell you why in a second. 1.9 billion multi-year authority authorizes multi-year procurement for 8 critical munition lines. Where are you spending where are you using these munitions? That's number one. Number two is, I know we have the reason this whole thing is a ruse is because since the end of World War II, since the 1950s, we've had some really advanced. We've had access to some really advanced weaponry. It is the year 2026 of your Lord. You cannot tell me that those weapons have not even been enhanced. They have been. So for us to still be using these primitive tanks is just more support for my theory that this is all some type of embezzlement Ponzi scheme. And I'll get into that in a second. You have the administration priorities, $7.5 billion. So you got naval programs, $1.9 billion for ship operations, $1.9 billion for Virginia class submarine, $485 million shipbuilding, $283 million for submarine ship improvements. What? $283 million for submarine ship improvements? The F are you talking about, man? $800 million for 2 medium landing ships. You have aviation and personnel. $500 million for F-47 jets. $300 million for shipyard wage increases. $648 million for civilian pay raise. Infrastructure, $130 million for Marine Corps barracks revitalization. $100 million used for sea lift vessels. $242 million long lead time material. Frigid. I don't know what that means. Let me not act like I know what that one means. I don't. Critical unfunded needs, $9.4 billion. Aviation priorities. You got a Navy's 6th generation fighter. There's a lot of names down here for these weapons and these vehicles, like this helicopter. $313 million for the CH-53K helicopters. $193 billion for military personnel. Now this doesn't make sense at all. You only have 800. You barely have 800,000 for the Reserve and National Guard component of strength are fully funded in this bill. What are you talking about? What the I'm trying not to curse, man. They're making it terribly hard. 1.3 million active component. Total funded in strength for active duty service members across all branches. So there's a 3.8% pay raise. Yeah, because we keep on printing money to do stupid things, and it keeps on inflating the dollar. This investment covers basic pay, allowances, special and incentive pay, permanent change, and station costs, ensuring America's war fighters are compensated for their service and sacrifice. Yeah. Don't please with the whole guilt trip thing. $294 billion to restore readiness. So you have $307 billion for security cooperation, funding for allies from the Baltic to the Indo-Pacific, from the Baltics, from the ballistics, idiot. From the Baltics to Indo-Pacific, We're funding our allies, including $1 billion to Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative and Baltic Security Initiative for Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. 1.9 billion ship operations, targeted increase to restore naval operation readiness degraded under 2025 year. Okay. And 70 million education, 50 million for impact aid, 20 million for impact aid for children with disabilities. $3.4 billion weapons and capabilities. All right, let me tell you something. The one weapon that I looked into was a tank. It was called the M109 Alpha 7 A7. So it's the M100 A7 Paladin. I looked into this one because it was like 469 million, right? There was a lot of items there. I don't know why that one stuck out to me again. I seen 400 and something million. It was a random name, and I'm like, what is this? And I looked it up. So the M109 A7 Paladin is the U.S. Army primary self-propelled howitzer, a critical indirect fire platform that forms the backbone of Army artillery. Understanding its key materials, cost, and production timeline illuminates broader defense and industrial challenges discussed in reconciliation debate. Okay, so here's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know, okay, how much do one of these cost? Right? Because we're being charged. And let me tell you something. This is what led me down a rabbit hole. Just asking. It's funny when you take one thing. It's like finding a piece of thread on your sweats. Who's ever done that? And you're like, oh, let me just pull this thread. And in the next 2 minutes, you are in the middle of a fiasco. Right? Your clothes are coming apart. You're running around the house asking yourself, why did I just cut it? Then you're going to grab some scissors. They're dull. So you're like, yo, I'm just going to get a knife. When you take the knife and cut it, the thread itself splinters out like a fan. Now it looks more ridiculous. You're like, this is crazy. That's how I felt. I chose a random item on the undisclosed documents. what they were spending on. They declassified them last night. I chose a random line, and it led me down a dark hole. And I'm about to take you in that dark hole with me. Right? So, the first thing I said, okay, this is what it is. It's really a tank, right? They have all these funny names. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, this is a tank. No one else is going to understand any of these words that I'm saying. So, you can say a self-propelled howitzer. Yo, nobody knows that, bro. If I just tell the people it's a tank, they're going to know. So, it turns out BAE Systems creates these tanks. But I wanted to know, how much does it cost to make one of these tanks? So first I had to find out, okay, what's the material that we need? Turns out aluminum alloy hull, steel armor, and Kevlar is what we need. So I said, okay, how much material? Like how much of that material do we need? It says, what is the tank made of? The primary structural material, welded aluminum alloy, provides exceptional strength to weight ratio, keeping the vehicle mobile enough for rapid deployment in air transport missions. That's kind of dope. Steel and Kevlar protection. Add on steel armor plates combined with Kevlar spall liners provide ballistic protection to the crew. This hybrid approach upgrades survivability while preserving the weight advantage of the aluminum. Yeah, I would hope that you have that. So, my question was, okay, does the U.S. have access to these materials at a good cost? Both steel and aluminum production are prioritized for U.S. defense programs with domestic and allied sources secured for military use. Okay, so that means we should be getting a good price, right? Steel is priced at about $1,200 roughly, but $1,000 between $800 and $1,100. So we'll just call it $1,000 a ton. Reliable domestic supply with a protected market. Tariff structures support American steelmakers, ensuring stable pricing for defense contracts. The aluminum is a little bit more. So apparently we have access to way more steel than we do aluminum, and we have to rely on other countries for our aluminum. Aluminum is coming in anywhere between $2,000 and $6,000. So, after doing the calculations, for each tank, we're probably spending up to $90,000 just for the aluminum, $15,000 for the steel. So total metals ballpark combined raw material metals cost per tank before labor systems integration, electronics, and profit margin. We're looking somewhere at $110,000, $115,000, $120,000. That's not bad, but that again, that's just the raw materials. Fine. Let's keep going. Before we go into who owns BAE Systems and all of that, I had to do some more calculations there. Now, obviously, I was working with the AI and I'm asking the AI questions. No AI wanted to answer my questions, so I had to curse most of the AIs out before they started answering my questions. Because what they were doing was telling me stuff that I could find out on Google, which was how, actually, I could find this out from the website page, on how much we spend per, how much does each unit cost. I didn't want that. I know we're paying millions. I know we're paying tens of millions for these tanks. But my thing is, I wanted to break down the cost to see where the spending is at. So I was able to easily supply you guys with the cost for the materials. So there's not the natural materials. And I don't even think it's the framing of the tank, because obviously you have to take that material and you have to shape it. So we now have to shape that. But no one is, they didn't ask for a couture. It's not a band of elves sitting around shaping it by hand. No, you obviously have machines and you have hydraulic systems that are doing the work of shaping these raw materials into the parts. So the return on investment on those machines have to had paid off by now. So my point is, we don't have to charge so much for things that have obviously already paid for itself. These machines, these hydraulic machines, already paid for themselves. So if you're only paying $125,000 per machine for the cost materials, you're telling me the labor and the software schematics, all of this is costing $9 million? Nah. This is where the embezzlement comes in. You understand? I asked it, I said, well, how long does it take to make each tank? It said 6 to 12 months. And immediately I thought, well, God damn it, that's more than it took to create the vaccines in public, because I already know you had them waiting. I know this was a conversation that took place in 2017, and I know these so-called pharmaceutical companies were working on it. But if y'all remember the theatrics that we had to go through, it was like, yo, we don't know if we're going to be able to get them out to everybody, and we'll do it by last name. It got stupid. If you could guess a number that I'm thinking about right now, from 1 to 3, I swear to God, you'll be first in line. You'll be first in line. If you get it wrong, you might have to wait an extra 8 months, which made the other, that just irritated people, right? People that didn't even want the vaccine, that told me they wasn't getting it, it was like, well, why are these people getting it first? I'm like, yo, you don't even want the vaccine. You're bugging out right now. That wasn't the point, right? And think tanks like RAND know that. They know exactly what to do to irritate you and trigger you. Huh? No one's going to jump off a cliff for me. God damn it, I'll jump off myself. So I said, well, that price is crazy, because I don't understand why it's taking $10 million. It doesn't cost $10 million to make this. Obviously, you want to make a profit, but the profit you're making is grotesque. It's grotesque. So when I originally looked up Bay Systems, I seen that they had a campus in York, Pennsylvania. I had assumed it was an American company. I mean, it's not going to get much more American than that, right there in Pennsylvania, making these parts for the American military. Oh, it got sinister really fast. Bay Systems PLC is a publicly traded company listed on the London Stock Exchange. Diverse shareholder base. It's not owned by one person, but by a wide range of institutional investors, pension funds, asset managers, and individual shareholders. I think that is the way we set up our system, our economic system, is not good. So you've put these people's pension funds in what you describe as these diverse portfolios and safe. The only reason it's safe is because you're guaranteed, you've already decided, you're committed to the embezzlement of the money that we're borrowing from these central banks. That's why you feel it's safe, and goddamn it might be safe, but you're not thinking about the fact that we're also causing our own devaluing of the dollar when we borrow this money willy-nilly like this. And it could only last for so long. And then all you're going to do after these people lose their pensions is say, I'm sorry. That's it. But it's a game of musical chairs, and it may not fall on this generation. It's going to hit somebody, though. But you may be dead already, and you're going to say, oh, you know, that's the price of course you have to pay for doing business with the devil. Yeah, you're right. Majority institutional holders. Significant stakes are typically held by global investment giants like BlackRock, Vanguard, and Capital Group, alongside key UK institutional funds. Wait a minute. What are you talking about, bro? I thought this was an American company. Wrong. So why we can't find an American company? We'll get to that in a second. So this is not an American company. Correct. But BlackRock owns majority of its shares? Correct. Oh. Well, this got sinister really fast. British multinational, headquartered in London, United Kingdom. Bay Systems operates as a leading global defense contractor with no single controlling owner. Whew. The British roots of Bay Systems. Bay Systems was established in 1999 through a strategic merger of two prominent British defense and aerospace companies, consolidating a rich legacy of innovation. British Aerospace. I didn't know that's what it meant. I just got it. British Aerospace. Damn. What's the E for? A major UK manufacturer renowned for its military and civil aircraft, guided weapons, and integrated defense systems, along with the Marconi electronic systems. GEC's Defense Electronics and Naval Shipbuilding subsidiary, a global leader in advanced military technology solutions. how are we number one again? I don't. If our kids don't do math in the top percentage, we have to rely on India for tech support, and our politicians refuse to cut them off. We rely on India for nurses and doctors, and our politicians refuse to cut them off. We don't see that we're being dumbed down and played out. Do any of you have kids? Because if you do, then the discussion I've been having with multiple parents. I just spoke to a friend of mine last week. We haven't spoken in a long time. I asked him how's his kids doing. He told me what grade they're in now, and he told me, yeah, but they're not challenging these kids. I didn't even speak to him in years. And he's dealing with the same thing I'm dealing with in a different state. This is something that me and my wife talk about all the time, how they're not really challenging the students. It's busy work. They think we're too stupid to recognize that they're giving our children busy work. I mean, I would have to be Stevie Wonder or Ray Charles not to see. You gave my daughter coloring assignments in the 8th grade in math class. Like, I would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to see that you're giving them busy work. So you're saying the AE in the aerospace stands for the AE? Okay, got it. Aerospace equals AE. Got you. British Aerospace. Got you. Roby says we don't rely on India for doctors and nurses. It's just the cost less in India than Roby. Come on, knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. It's people like you that why they keep this H-1B visa program open. Stop. This is not a game of semantics where the smartest person who can articulate themselves better wins. We're going to fucking lose, bro, because of people like you. You want to be right in a game of wits right now? Is that what you want to do? Does this look like the Princess's Bride to you, bro? I went through it firsthand with this fighting against the H-1B visa candidates coming over here taking the jobs in America. I went through it firsthand twice. So excuse me if I'm not on board with your rhetoric right now. Now what you should probably say is we don't need to rely. But we do rely. We don't need to. All he did was say, okay, if you want these people to stay here, then it's going to be $100,000 application. What sufficient and efficient medical conglomerate does not have $100,000 to pay for an application, bro? Roby, you telling me to think, but you're arguing about the reason why. I'm not arguing the reason why, bro. You say doctors' education in India costs. That's not my concern, their costs. I understand supply and demand. I understand the cost of doing business and profit. So I don't know. You're telling me to think. I'm telling you we have enough money to spend on everything else. So when we keep on reasoning why we're doing business at a cheaper cost, it hurts America. So, no, you think. Sorry, Robin. I can read. You act like the words are separated. So I didn't want to take the time to read this monstrosity of letters up there. Do you want to tell me? Can you pronounce what you when you say it with one line? Can you pronounce all that, Miss Robin? Since you're so talented, please try for us. We'll wait. We'll take the time for you to pronunciate that one line monstrosity of letters and numbers. Huh? Let me do a commercial break, and then you do that thing that the dictionary does, where it pronounces the exactly how it's supposed to sound. We're all waiting for you right now while I do a commercial break. Now, today's show is brought to you by Tisserand Laser and Skin Care. If you're staying in Jersey, if you're staying in New York, you don't mind getting out to Jersey, right there in Bayonne, and she might do some house calls. I don't know. You got to call her, 718-216-8484. 718-216-8484. I can tell you what they specialize in: acne treatment, chemical pills, laser therapy, blue light therapy, topical treatments, oxygen facials, Botox, dermal fillers, laser hair removal. They do good work. Right? So right there in Bayonne, New Jersey. 718-216-8484. Didn't pronounce that name yet, huh? I get it. Now, my whole thing was not reasoning why we do it, right? But the thing is this is what I'm noticing. We're not, here goes Robin. You have a college education, you want me to teach you how to read. I don't need you to teach me how to read. I've explained as a human being why I may have mispronounced your name, because it is not written like Robin. If it was just said Robin, I would have said Robin. Right? That's not what I asked you to teach me anything. What I asked you to do was pronounce, but you couldn't do it, so now you're just wasting my time. But thank you for showing up and making the show a little bit better. Right? So my argument was never why we're doing it, the price of this and the price of that. As an American, I'm concerned with the stability of American jobs. Okay, Robin. All right. All right, now it makes sense to me. I wasn't reading, and I'm hosting the show. So how much time do I have to sit there and look at your name, right? Once you said Robin, I looked at it. I was like, oh, it does say Robin, right? It's all good. I fixed it. I fixed it. It's a mistake that people make when they're reading. My whole point in telling you to pronounce it was it's difficult to look at a name a lot of times and immediately see the first name, the last, and make that determination. They got letters, numbers. So I seen Roby and I went with that. It's Robin. Marconi Electronics. Let's get back to this. All right, so my point in this is one, this is not an American company. Two, I think, and again, this is not my expertise, right? I really don't know how much it would cost to really make that tank. All I did was use a little bit of reasoning, right? And I said, okay, if the materials cost this, you said this company's been around since 1999. It's 2026. Whatever machines they're using to mold this material has to be paid for by now. It just has to be. Right? Everything else is a profit. So you're definitely still paying for labor. So it only costs $110,000 per unit. I would love to see. First of all, majority of these millions can't be going to the workers, right? Otherwise, they would have so much money. They would never come in and just sit here and work hours a day. Like, why are they doing that? Which tells me, okay, the majority of the profit is going to the company. I wonder how much each worker makes, right? Because I highly doubt the ad is like, yo, we need mechanics starting out at $500 an hour. If you're good, you don't even have to be good. If you're a mechanic and your license, hit us up. We got openings. We got mad openings. $500 an hour. US. These are not rupees. $500. I doubt it. I think that posting alone would have went viral. And then you would have just had everybody in that area saying, no, I can't play around in class. I can't play around. You what? Kids would have been on point. I can't play around right now. No, I've been acting like I had ADHD for years, but now things got serious. They're paying $500 an hour. I can work 1 hour and get a PS5. That's all they care about. I just plan to go there, work 1 hour and get fired. But guess what? It would have had them on the right track. So we know you're not paying nothing ridiculous to the staff. Onboarding, maybe $40, right? And then I'm going to say it goes up, probably tops out at maybe $90 an hour. We still got to get to $10 million for one tank? It's kind of like when I go into the doctor's office and I'm looking around the room and they're telling me this machine cost $1 million. Right? You ever look at the bill? Usually when I get the doctor's bill, I'm just looking at one number. Like, that's how much do I owe? That joint need to say 0, right? Because if not, I'm calling somebody, making some calls. Yo, you said this was going to be covered. And it usually does say 0. And then I just throw, okay, that's cool. I don't care. I don't care how much it costs. But sometimes my eyeballs is randomly searching around. And I'm like, wait, what? Not that I got to pay for it, but you telling me by using this machine, it was in the thousands? Why, bro? Why? Greed. Irvin Mack, what's good with you? We got Winter in the house. Winter, how long can you stay today? I got a whole nother show for you. Winter, I got a whole nother show for you that I tried to do last night and they wouldn't let me do it. You know what that means. Yo, Winter, you know what that means. They wouldn't even let me do the show. I had mad bots in here. I had to shut the joint down. Nah, I'm not doing this show full of bots. Y'all wildin', YouTube. Y'all wildin'. Shut that bad boy right down. Alright. So, let's get back to Bay. I'm going to read that comment in a second. A legacy forged in history. Bay Systems. Shout out to Boondocks who let me know. So now I understand the B stands for British and the AE stands for aerospace, which is crazy. Bay Aerospace Systems, Bay Systems origins are deeply entwined with the UK's rich industrial past, especially in pioneering role in aerospace and defense from the world wars onward. Oh, this is just getting more crazier and crazier because the answers are coming before I even ask the question. Key British manufacturers pioneered aircraft development, crucial for both world wars, laying foundations for future defense giants. Okay, Supermarine. Famed for producing the iconic Spitfire, Supermarine exemplified British engineering excellence during World War II, a lineage that eventually contributed to Bay's heritage. Okay. Victors, a major force in shipbuilding, aviation, and armaments. Here's my thing. This is a great bio for Bay Systems, but at the end of the day, Bay Systems is not American. And this merger or acquisition took place in 1999. So I appreciate the history lesson going back to World War II. But in 1999, America should have been in a good space to say, I think we want to do business with American companies. This has been the problem. This is why I just got so frustrated with Robin. Because we make excuses. We make every excuse why we're not going to keep the dollar circulated within the United States. So it's no different than saying, than us discussing how many times does a dollar circulate in your community before it goes out, right? And then we go through Koreatown or the Asian towns or the Chinatowns and they say, oh yeah, the dollar circulate there like 17 times. You go through this Hasidic communities, you know, the dollar circulates like 20-some times before it leaves. But we can clearly see the difference when a community does not prioritize that dollar being circulated within its own ecosystem before it goes out. Because we look at the black community and hello, right? You don't want to be racist, but we're not talking about racism here. We're talking about sociology. Thank you, Irvin Mack. Winter said all day. Pfft, that's it. That's all I need you to know. We're going to shift gears. Yo, Winter, I only did this show so I could do the other show. I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you. They would not let me do the other show. I said, oh, that's going to be a good show. Y'all won't even let me do the show. I can't wait. Let's go. But we'll finish this one yet. We'll finish this one. Then I'm going to just shift gears on them. Watch. My point is this, Robin, and everyone else. The mentality that we can get it done cheaper somewhere else. First of all, that is a fascist mentality. It is a capitalistic mentality that will lead to fascist mentality, that will lead you to being a fascist. So I understand as a capitalist, you saying, yo, I like to get things at a cheaper price and then sell them. So I have a larger profit margin. Elementary, my dear Watson. I understand that. But as the leader of the free world, I'm going to have to take 5 minutes out to encourage you that we find out a way to keep those jobs within these boundaries here so that our economic system is stabilized and strengthened. And the only reason you would not do such a thing, because I swear to you, as much people try to give me accolades, I am not that intelligent. You understand? People are like, yo, you was smart. No. Yo, bro, I just try to give it a little bit of effort to use this brain, right? But there are some smart people out here. And those people, woo! Huh? Did I ever tell you about the whiz kids? That Robert McNamara stole from IBM and took to the Pentagon? Huh? See, and when those people leave later on, they go and then they get these contracts and to provide these think tank services. I've worked around some very smart people. I've been in some environments that I had no business in, but it pushed me to really think. Many a times it embarrassed me and it hurt my feelings because I recognize I'm not intelligent at all. It exposed my weaknesses. I didn't know how to articulate myself. I didn't know how to express myself. I didn't know how to type. I didn't know how to do anything in these environments. And it exposed all my weaknesses because everyone else around me did know how to do those things. So my point is, if a simple guy like myself can reason why we should keep the dollar circulating in America way before we just dash it out, and so much of it, you know how strong we would be if we used this same template, but the companies were actually American? Nah. if the employees were, look, I beg of them, try my idea for 5 years. No external truck drivers, no external nurses, no external IT people. Try my idea for 5 years and still put on your pause. Don't just start letting people in the United States. No. You know how India got strong? You know how India got strong as a nation? Their leader had decided that the entire country was going to specialize in IT and healthcare. And then they set a goal to become the best in the world for 10 years. And they did it. And they did it. I doubt we could do it because of what we call the swamp and the apparent shadow government. There's two governments going on. It's the people who are addicted to the money supply coming from the central banks through the middleman of the Federal Reserve, right? These people they understand the complexities of how the money actually works in this country, how to hide the money, how to cipher the money. You think they're gonna let that up for morality? Not just greed over family, greed over everything. You understand? Because it doesn't just affect your family. And I think that's where most American citizens get it wrong. That's the only reason I would think a person would get up here and fight for jobs for nurses from India. What are you talking about? There's an American student right now who still believes that they have a chance. And besides, they are already in their 3rd year. They might as well keep on going. But if I get out and I graduate, I will become a nurse. Do you think they want to graduate, finish the program, and hear that a candidate that was not even born in this country has priority over them? While you sit there and reason with me on why we do it? Exactly, Winter. Winter says everybody's living the American dream but Americans. Apparently, since World War II, Winter. Since World War II. Since Operation Paperclip. Since Operation Sunrise. Thank you, Alan Dulles. Thank you. No. We just need a few of the scientists to come over. They're sharing some ideas with me on the plane, and I want to see how they unfold. Thousands of them? Where do they live? In trailer parks? No, my good man. The negotiations, some are living in nice houses and cars and decent salaries. But it's not what you think, Saladin. Don't paint the picture like that. How is it then? Do I look like Fredo to you? Huh? I'm smart and I want respect. I'm not like dumb. I'm smart and I'm my older brother. That frustrates me, man. Don't fight for other countries to come here and take our jobs. I don't know what happened. I'm going to be honest with you. You want to know something? I was in IT for like over 15 years. My next position had to be like director because I was already IT manager twice and project manager. So the thing about IT, you're not going to get a chance to go backwards. That's one of the places where they don't let you go backwards. So don't think because, and by backwards, I mean this. Even if you wanted to go backwards, right, they're not going to let you go backwards. At the same time, if you don't move up, you'll box yourself in and you end up being a 60-year-old desktop support, right? Which is no disrespect to 60-year-old desktop support. You're paying the bills. I'm just saying how everyone is looking at you when they come in and they be like, oh, you the manager? You're like, nah, Mikey is the manager. Mikey's 24. Mikey got fresh acne on his face. You understand? Mikey is definitely still a virgin. He talking crazy. He's still a virgin. If you don't count the strange stuff that happened when he's drinking a few brews with his buddies, he's still a virgin. You 60-year-old taking advice, taking orders from Mikey. God forbid his mom goes off on him one day. He's ticked off at what she said. No, I told her to make the meatloaf. Now he's taking it off out on you. Anyway, the service, you got to go downstairs and do that. I told you to do it yesterday. What do you do? What do you say? Yes, Mr. Mikey? What are you doing? Get out of there, bro. I hate when I had to go to another department or somewhere and I see a guy that's 60 years old. He's a desktop admin. Like, what? What are you doing? That tells me you just didn't try or you got too comfortable and you thought it was going to work out. Here's the thing. Now you can't leave. Yeah. Now you can't leave. That's the thing. No one's looking at you. You can't get out of there now. So you got to find so the technology game is really funny where you got to get in and then figure out it's like musical chairs, baby. You got to figure out like which area do I want to get in, and then you just got to move up from there. But once they see, it's a catch-22 because you got to move. If you don't move, you can't move. But once you move, you can't go back. So I had already been IT manager twice, project manager. So now I'm putting myself in a position where I can only go up to director or better than where I'm at. And then a lot of the positions a lot of the companies that I want to go for, it's kind of like there's going to be a lot of competition to get in these companies. Because that's the other thing. It's like putting on an outfit. You understand? You want your colors to go together. So over time, you only want to see a certain amount of companies on there. That's me. I only want to see a certain amount of companies on this resume. They got to be top-notch companies. I don't want no rinky-dink BS company on my resume, bro. It's going to throw my whole ensemble off, and I'm not going to mention you again. I really just took this job for bread, and I just want to, leave. Seriously. And that's how I'm looking at it. But, however, the IT department, the IT sector took a drastic turn because we had let in so many H-1B visa people. And I don't know what was going on with Indeed. I don't know what was going on in Dice. I don't know if these were fake jobs. But I wasn't the only one. So many other Americans was like, yo, they're not calling back. So that kind of made me feel good. And I was just like, okay, it's not just me. And any other way, I resigned from my last position because they was talking slick. Right? So they had paid me half of the bonus. They brought me on with a $10,000 bonus to be their IT manager. Obviously paying over 6 figures. So I got 5 up front. Then the day they was to drop the other half, but I already knew I was quitting. I wasn't quitting because I wasn't gonna quit. It was a good company. It's a well-known company. Definitely in the top 500. But I wasn't gonna quit without the rest of my money. So the day it was supposed to drop, I had already typed out my resignation letter. And when the money dropped, I emailed it out, and that was that. That's how we doing that, right? It was when I went to go get back in that I noticed, like, oh, this is a little bit more difficult than I thought. Then I realized it wasn't just difficult for me, it was difficult for a lot of people in the IT sector. IT is funny though. If you don't hurry up and get a job, like they're gonna look at you and be like, oh, you've been out of work for a minute. It's like you have leprosy. You get out of work for like 6 months and I have a 6-month gap. You might as well have leprosy, bro. In the tech world, right? Anyway, I had a resolution for that. I wasn't too much worried about that part right there. Because to be honest with you, I would just form LLCs, put them on Google, and then say that I work for that company, which I did. I just wouldn't say that I was a contractor. I would just say what I did there. And they would go to look that company up, and it definitely existed. With a website, phone number, and everything. Hello? Who you think you playing with? Not me. You understand? You ain't playing with me like that. You gonna let me in this joint. But I also decided at some point, let me just... It was a lot of YouTube videos going on. Now, this is the time of COVID. Because there was a lot of YouTube videos going on about starting your own trucking authority. And I remember going to my mother's house and my brother showing me something about, you look, you can make a lot of money if you own your own authority. I didn't say nothing to him. I just remember going home, enrolling in CDL school, and then starting my own authority. And I remember as I'm taking a class, they're like, who you going to work for? Because they wanted me to work for the trucking company that was sponsoring the class. Like the school. It was a Werner school. But I'm like, I'm never working for Werner. Are you shitting me? Me work for Werner? I'm kind of arrogant in certain areas, right? So I'm like, nah, bro. They was like, who you gonna work for? I'm like, I'm gonna work for myself. They was like, you can't do that. I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I can't do that, bro. But seriously, who you gonna work for? Seriously, myself. They was like, all right, we come back and ask you at the end of the class. They came back at the end of the class. Who you gonna work for? Are y'all deaf? Me! That's who I'm working. I'm betting on myself, sucker! What did I do? I did exactly what I said I was going to do. Exactly what I said I was going to do. I started the company. I insured a truck. And I started working for myself. You run across guys and they tell you, you start talking to guys and then they're like, you got in at a bad time. I'm like, what are you talking about? It was like, the prices suck. I'm like, the prices suck? It was like, yeah, man. to me, I mean, it was better than what you would make working for somebody else. So it was kind of like, at the time, I didn't really get what they were saying. But what they were saying was some of these jobs was like $5 a mile, which left room for you as a company to pay your drivers, pay the insurance, pay your tax, your gas tax, pay the tolls, and you still be good. But now, you would see things like $193 per mile. Well, you would have to drive the truck yourself. Or take a very small profit margin. So even though a lot of way more people got involved in opening up their own trucking authority, that wasn't all U.S. citizens. As I did the research, I found out that the Biden administration signed a bill that allowed foreign countries, people from foreign countries, to come over here and drive commercial vehicles. I said, this is crazy, right? You didn't want to be the jerk off at the gas pump, but you were thinking it like, yo, who are these people? So you had everybody from Slavs to Africans to Indians. Everybody is over here except Americans. Oh. So I had to go through it twice. Then I recognized why I went through what I went through, right? So that I can speak from experience. Now you can talk, Jamel. Now you can really talk, because you talking with pain and passion. You actually had to figure it out. You had to figure out how you're going to make $1, because the industries that should have been there for you, that you invested time and money in, when they should have been there for you in your country, they weren't there for you in your country. So I'm not telling you something that I heard from I'm not telling you somebody else's pain. I'm telling you my pain. When I felt I'm the patriot paying my taxes, I did what you told me to do. I went to college. I found a woman. I partnered with her. We got legally married. We had a child. We got a house. I did what you told me to do, bro. Why you wasn't there for me? I asked for the smallest thing. Protect my career. Is that too much to ask? Now, you can say, I can't protect your career. Yeah, but you went out your way to destroy it. That's the thing. I can see if you say, that's too much for me to ask. Now, I don't think it's too much for me to ask if you went out your way to actually put your nose in a place that you did not have to sign a bill at all. You didn't have to get involved in that. And if anything, something tells me as Congress, as senators, as the president, you say, no. First of all, this is going too far. We have to protect Americans first. We have not done that. It's crazy. It's crazy. So we got the British Aero Systems, a U.S. footprint, but it's not its origin. So BAE Systems, I've seen BAE Systems around. I really thought BAE Systems was an American company. No. Acquiring U.S. companies, strategic acquisitions of American defense firms were central to Bay's entry and growth in the U.S. market. All right, so this comes down to me. You know what this reminds me of? Allowing foreign countries to buy up our debt. If you're going to put something in place like a treasury bond, why wouldn't you put in the requirements that don't allow other countries to buy the bonds? Because this is obviously chess and not checkers. And if the country decides, okay, I'll just buy up your debt and then manipulate you with it later on. At that point, I can govern you. At that point, you owe me. So why wasn't a stop place put in effect when we decided we're going to sell U.S. Treasury bonds? Then you wake up and complain that, oh, China owns all 70%. We owe China. We owe Japan. Yeah, because it don't look like we thinking. It look like we just moving willy-nilly because of greed. So when it comes to winning the U.S. defense contract, is it me? Or do most of you feel like, okay, should these be American companies? You know, I looked into the company that does the Easy Pass, that collects the money for the Easy Pass. Did you guys know that was an Asian company? This is my point, right? If it was if it was one thing, that'd be, it was like, that's just one company. No, our whole model is we'll do business with anybody. Like, it doesn't matter if you come from Kazakhstan. It doesn't matter. This is a problem. This is a cultural problem, right? And we've gone too far. And once you go too far, I think you can only break. It's like you're not going to go backwards. So the system has to break at that point. Now we might as well just accelerate our demise because we have to start over. We have to start over. And I don't know if we're going to start with a different mentality. Like, oh, let's just start over with a clean slate. I don't know. Many of these people are already toxic. Right? So maybe we don't have senators maybe no senator could stay in position for a lifetime. How about we change that? Right? Because they get too comfortable. So maybe all senators, the most you could do is 6 years. That's it. 6. We got to get new blood in there. We got to get some people that really care. But everyone is looking at the president, and he's the executive branch. Nobody is even peeking. Nobody is even winking an eye at the legislative branch. And those are the people that's causing a lot of problem. Exactly, Irvin. So we've privatized damn near all of America. That's a problem. We can't even give contracts to American companies? The bridges and tunnels are outsourced to foreign private companies? What are we doing? Exactly, winner. The creation of its dedicated U.S. subsidiary underscores its deep integration into the American industrial base. All right. That's the end of that. Show's not over, but that's the end of that right there. We got some people in here. Good morning, good morning. Welcome everyone that's watching the show. We got some Americans in the house. You guys have been quiet, but by your attendance, I can see that you are interested in this topic. More than likely, it pisses you off. More than likely, I've said something that you either agree with, and guess what? I don't have a side. So what I'm saying just resonates with you because you feel the frustration. It seems like you're probably spending more time getting to the place you're supposed to go to work, if you have a job. Spending more time coming home. Not enough time with your family. Not enough time working on the things you really want to work on. And at this point, not that you have a choice, but the thought still goes to your head. Is this worth it? I'm talking about the whole thing, life, not just this job. Is it worth? I don't get a chance to do what I want to do. So guess what? You do it the cookie cutter way, right? You don't have time for that liberal nonsense. You're going to do it the way that your grandfather told you to do it. And you do it that way, and you still get pounded. You still get screwed. Subprime. Right? Did they protect you there? They didn't protect you there. Right? Because if they were protecting you, they would have never allowed that to even take place. Yeah, it was good for some people who needed a second chance and said, oh, I can buy a house with a 580 credit score. Yeah, obviously I don't show that I pay my bills on time. But I swear, if you give me this mansion, I'm going to pay. I'm going to pay. It was almost like it was allowed to happen. Let's just say, Jamel, I don't think it was allowed to happen. Now you're embellishing a little bit. It taught us a lesson and we vowed never to go back to that era. Wrong. You know how you're lying? Because the Dodd-Frank was put into act, but then what did you do? You weakened the Dodd-Frank. So the Dodd-Frank originally said, like, yo, any company that has assets of 50 million or less, right? There's going to be a more stringent audit done on you and more stringent acts put in place so that this never happens again. Mostly everyone, we weren't on board with the golden parachutes that you gave. It was an insult to Americans. But because of the Dodd-Frank, most Americans said, all right, we'll work with that. Everybody just go back to their jobs. They got it in place. This should not happen again. And then, while you were sleeping, they changed the threshold to 250 million in assets rather than 50 million. So any company now with 250, well, guess what? That just opened everything back up to where it was at before. So what is this, some type of game? But you want to play these race games, right? That's what you want to do. You want to keep showing Caucasian people that there was you keep showing the black people that a Caucasian shot a black kid. Then you wait for the black people to burn the town down. Then you show the Caucasian people, look, these guys are animals. You understand what I'm saying? And this is why you can't get along. Are you kidding me? I'm tired of your games. I'm tired of your psyops. And I'm definitely tired of you using national security as some bulletproof shield to do whatever you want in the name of patriotism. Winter says, if our money is not backed by gold, Winter, our money is literally an IOU. I wish that wasn't even. I wish that was a joke. I wish there was a punchline I could say after that, like a gotcha. And yet, it's printed on the money. This is a promissory note. What? A promissory note? My good man, if you would pay me a cheeseburger today, I would gladly pay you tomorrow, my good man. That's what we're dealing with. We got Loaf in the house. Loaf says, brother, you sound like a moron. Yeah. Thank you, Loaf, for showing up. Unfortunately, there are more people who agree with this moron than your unintelligent quip. But thank you. Ryan says, what would you say to Black MAGA? No. I'm not here for low-hanging fruit, Ryan. Ryan, that is part of the problem. You want to race bait? Oh, I know how to get him off this subject. No, you don't. I want to work with the white man. And I think the white man should be working with us. Because white man is not my enemy. And I, for goddamn sure, am not his. We have a common enemy. The common enemy is the people who are spraying our food with poisons. Ryan, do I spray your food with poisons, Ryan? Now, as you answer me that, let me get back to Loaf. I didn't say you were wrong. I'm calling you a moron because you're using easy topics everyone already knows about. Oh, thank you, Loaf. Loaf, I was waiting for a sign from the gods. Thank you, Loaf. Keep it real with you. Get up out of here. Get to a real topic. I was waiting for a sign from the gods to when I was going to shift to another topic. I didn't know when to do it because when I came over, I'm not looking at the numbers. Then I seen 130 people in the comments and watching me, and then I said, "Oh, let me stay here for a while." But the Most High sent Loaf over, and I said, "He said, I'm not calling you a moron because you stand. Oh, you are an angel. You are an angel because you must have knew I was supposed to be talking about something totally different." that we are not all aware of. And you know what that is? You ever heard of something called Operation Moses? You ever heard of something called Operation Moses? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of Operation Moses. I've never heard of Operation Solomon, and I've never heard of Operation Joshua. These operations see, Winter? No, Winter, don't give him no props. Don't give him no props. Don't give him Winter, we troll the trolls. Don't give him any props. I troll the trolls. I troll the trolls. You understand? I'm so good at this that I lose friends because they don't know when I'm serious or not. It was like, yo, I thought you was rocking with him. Why would you think that? You said that was your man. I troll the trolls. What are you talking about? Oh, no. I don't care what you prefer. You say, yo, I prefer Project Walk. No. Project Moses. Do I know multiplication? Barely. Watch this. Watch this. There was a group of people in Ethiopia. They were considered, obviously, black Hebrews, black Jews. But there was also some type of story behind their existence, right? That they were protectors of the Ark of God. You know, the golden box with the cherubims, and you sit in the middle, and then it like does all this mystical stuff. Yeah. Well, it was said that these black Jews in Ethiopia were really protecting God's ark. Now, whether you believe it or not, because I'm not saying you should believe that. What I'm saying is a government wanted these people, and they put resources behind it. Hence, Operation Moses, Operation Joshua, Operation Solomon. They went and got these people. Let's take a listen. Give me a second. Start this over. Bring this back. Nope, bring it back.
Realizing.
Bring it back. There we go.
10. Ark of the Covenant. The University of Minnesota attempted to recreate the Ark of the Covenant in 1967-68. They followed the instructions given in the Bible. Once it was built, it was so electrically charged, they had to dismantle it because it was so dangerous.
Now, I just want to say I looked that up, and there is no record of that happening at all. So two things. Either all that information was scrubbed, or it never happened and that was just misinformation. And I don't want to contribute to that misinformation or act like I am on board and believe it when I'm just merely giving out some information. But that information has not been corroborated. That information about Minnesota recreating a ark that was so powerful they had to dismantle it.
The Bible says that the holy priest would come to pray before the holy Arkansas. The priest had to wear certain vestments of metallic linen for grounding so that he would not be electrocuted. The ark was an electronic communication device from 1500 BC. It is not from this planet. The Holy Ark was eventually kept in Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. When Jerusalem was attacked the first time, the Hebrews made a copy of the Ark. Then, whoever attacked Jerusalem could only destroy the copy without realizing that the original Ark of the Covenant was underneath what is known as Solomon's stables for safekeeping. Queen Sheba plays an interesting part in the Ark of the Covenant. She came from Ethiopia. It is interesting that Moses married an Ethiopian. He escaped from the pharaohs in the desert. Someone found and gave him refuge. Then he married one of the daughters who was an Ethiopian. The connection between Israel and Ethiopia deepens because Queen Sheba was not Ethiopian after all, but came from the Arabian Peninsula. On September 12, 2000, the University of Calgary announced the excavations of the site of Marib in Yemen. Using ground-penetrating radar technology, they discovered the remnants of a city in southwestern Saudi Arabia. When the city was uncovered, there were references found to Queen Sheba, which revealed this to be the location of Queen Sheba's capital city, not Ethiopia. The question is, was she African or Middle Eastern? Figure 10.1, Ark of the Covenant with Moses and Joshua. It is believed that she invaded or sent her armies into Ethiopia. Apparently, she crossed the Red Sea to Ethiopia with her entourage to establish a secondary kingdom there. Then, they went into Egypt and the Holy Lands. She was an intelligent woman who decided to expand her desert empire. She made alliances with the kings of wealthy empires rich in gold, silver, and other valuable commodities. Queen Sheba supposedly came from Ethiopia with her entourage to Israel, where she met King Solomon. They fell in love and had a child named Menelik. She wanted to go back to Ethiopia, which began a custody battle over the child. King Solomon wanted his child, so he agreed to let her take the Ark of the Covenant instead. He knew there was a replica in Jerusalem, so if his kingdom was ever invaded or even destroyed, the Ark would be safe. What Queen Sheba did not tell him was that she was pregnant with a second child. Queen Sheba went to Egypt next, taking the Holy Ark with her. The Egyptians were fascinated with it and made another replica, keeping it at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. Queen Sheba then went back to Ethiopia with her Ark via the Nile River. The Blue Nile breaks off from the White Nile in Khartoum, Sudan, and lead into Ethiopia. Lake Tana is at the end of the Blue Nile. There are several islands in Lake Tana, one of them where the Ark of the Covenant is today. For centuries, the Holy Ark has been guarded by her descendants called the Falasha. The Falasha are Ethiopian Jews who claim ancestry from King Solomon and Queen Sheba.
Now we about to get into it. I can't vouch for the University of Minnesota experiment, but there was some things that I did look into, and it actually happened. Why did Israel go and get 14,000 black people that they do not care about and bring them to Israel? Let's listen.
There are thousands and thousands of black Jews in Ethiopia. The descendants of Queen Sheba became very popular. They had an ancient form of Judaism that was untouched or modified for many millennia. For many decades, the Ethiopian emperor, Haile Selassie I, called himself the Lion of Judah. He knew about the lion symbol and Judah. Judah was the capital province of ancient Israel where Jerusalem is located. He wore the Star of David because he traced his ancestry back to King Solomon and Queen Sheba. After Haile Selassie I died in 1975, Ethiopia's civil wars escalated. The old empire was destroyed and the communist Marxist regime took power. In 1988, the Israelis told the Ethiopians they were going to take the falasha and bring them back to Israel. The Ethiopians refused, insisting the falasha stay.
Let me explain something to you. When you go to look this up, it's going to make it seem like Israel did this out the kindness of his heart, which I would believe if I've ever seen them do something out the kindness of their heart for other people, let alone black people. Yes, because you've given me a perfect example of your chivalry by the way you've treated the Palestinians. Yes. So I can definitely believe this is your MO. I can definitely believe that you care for people that much that you would go get 14,000 Ethiopians out of the kindness of your heart because you wanted to save them from the Sudanese. That makes perfect sense. The same Israel that mistakenly shot up the USS Liberty over 5,000 times. Yes, you are the poster child of chivalry, and I can definitely believe that.
Because he traced his ancestry back to King Solomon and Queen Sheba. After Haile Selassie I died in 1975, Ethiopia's civil wars escalated. The old empire was destroyed and the communist Marxist regime took power. In 1988, the Israelis told the Ethiopians they were going to take the falasha and bring them back to Israel. The Ethiopians refused, insisting the falasha stay. In retaliation, the Israelis, or rather the Mossad, went to the area off the Ethiopian Red Sea coastline and started the Eritrean independence movement. This resulted in the creation of the province called Eritrea, and then made Eritrea into a separate country. Eritrea landlocked Ethiopia by cutting Ethiopia off from all ports.
Now this more sounds like your style, right? This is something I've seen you do in real time. That's up your alley. That's what you known for, as Kenazi. I don't know about you doing anything out of the goodness of your heart, but I know you know how to play foul when it comes down to it. And that tactic that you use right there, where you cut off the lifeline of the food being able to enter an area, this is what you do. This is what you good at. We just watched that. Don't try to deny it. We all watch you just do it to the Palestinians.
Out of desperation, the Ethiopians agreed to allow the Israelis to take the falasha. The Israelis sent in aircraft after aircraft to what is now Addis Ababa International Airport and northern parts of Ethiopia. They airlifted approximately 14,000 Ethiopian falasha Jews back to Israel. At this time, the Ark of the Covenant was allegedly taken back to Israel according to the Mossad. The Mossad are the most highly respected intelligence agency in the world. The falasha are currently used in Israel to guard the Dimona nuclear power plant in the Negev desert. They are easily identifiable by their African appearance. If the Israelis used local people as guards, they would be indistinguishable from the rest of the population, which consists of Israeli, Arabs, and Persian descendants. Most of the Falasha, as well as the original darker-skinned Arabic Jews in Israel, live in poverty without equal rights with other citizens. The white-skinned Jews are really not Jews but are descendants of the Khazars. Supposedly, the Ark is once again located in Solomon's stables underneath Jerusalem. This was done in preparation for New World religion and the coming Messiah. The prophecies of ancient Israel state that when the Ark is returned and the temple is rebuilt, the Messiah will come.
What does it matter to you, Ashkenazis? You're not part of these people. What do you care? Who returns? Before I get into my because obviously I have slides to show, obviously. But I just want to look up a random Google on, let's see, Operation, because many of you may be driving. Operation Moses. Wikipedia, Operation Moses. Let's just see what it says, because I could be capping. It looks like I was not capping. Operation Moses was a covert evacuation of Ethiopian Jews from Sudan during a civil war that caused famine in 1984. Oh, thank you. Thank you for looking out for us. You think I'm a jackass, Israel? I just wanted to see if this actually took place. I care less about your reasoning. Your reasoning is like Robin telling me why we should have H-1B visas over here taking nursing positions. Because, listen, they get paid less. Did I ask for a reasoning why other people should be taking American jobs? Let alone your reasoning? Yeah, right. Let me see if Operation Solomon actually took place. Operation Solomon was a covert Israeli military operation that took place. Let me see if Operation Joshua took place before I start my show. Hey, YouTube, how you like those apples? You thought you wasn't gonna let me do the show? You thought I wasn't going to sit here and talk for 3 hours about something I do not really care about? You didn't think I had the intelligence to do that? Only to talk about what I really cared about? Ungooly, huh? How you like those apples, YouTube? Take that. Operation Joshua, also known as Operation Sheba, was the 1985 airlifting of Ethiopian Jews. You really cared about these Ethiopian Jews? And where are they today? Where are they today that you will call them the Falasha, which is a discriminatory and derogatory term? It's a derogatory term, Falasha. Little Foots was good. Fish Guru says he will come again. I hope so for your sake, Fish. Now we at the point of my show where I want to teach. Because the name of this show is called Society Past, Present, and Future. And now we will go into the past. Thanks to someone who was watching the show that thought he was telling me off. He just reminded me. He just gave me an out. because I didn't want to talk about that no more anyway. I wanted to talk about Sumerian history, Hebrew history, and how it affects today. That's what I wanted to do. But sometimes my topics are so on point, YouTube is like, nah, you ain't talking about that. So we're going to start here. Everybody put on their thinking hat. Dynasties of Ur. Sumer's royal legacy. We got to go back to Ur. Why are we going back to Ur? Well, if you want to talk about the Hebrews, I don't know how you talk about the Hebrews without discussing Ur, because Abraham's father, he came from Ur of the Chaldees. Slide time. No, that's right. Slide time. So I want to give a little history on Ur. Rising from the floodplains of southern Mesopotamia, the city-state of Ur stood as one of antiquity's greatest urban centers. Its rulers immortalized in the celebrated Sumerian kings list, which we don't talk enough about. We don't talk about this because it is considered myth. However, I want to hold on. I want to show you some pictures. Let me get this right here. Let me get this ready for you right here. I took like 5 pictures from a book that I'm... Now, these pictures that I'm about to show you come from this book. I told you yesterday I would be showing you images from this book. What is this book? In case you're riding and you're trying... Keep your eyes on the wheel, please. Keep your eyes looking at the road. I will explain what I'm showing you. This book is called The Seal Cylinders of Western Asia. The Seal Cylinders of Western Asia. Why am I showing you this? Because these are actually seals that were photographed, documented, recorded, and before we just chop something up to just plain old myth, which we seem to do a lot, I'm going to start with image 2. All right, my computer's not letting me zoom in. Don't touch anything right now. Really? Okay, let's open up the third one. Don't worry. These things happen. And Mercury is going in retrograde in 2 more days. So we expect this type of behavior. Mercury officially goes into retrograde on February 26th. So we're not freaking out. This is something we expect. Huh. I'm going to keep it real with you. To show these people what I really want to show them, I don't need to zoom in. But I did want to zoom in. but it's not allowing me to zoom in. That's cool. I'll just read. Like, I didn't have to show them. I just thought it would make it way more authentic if I was able to show them and they was able to read for themselves. However, that's not going to stop the show. If that's what you thought, I would not let a thing like that stop the show. So, the part I really wanted you guys to look at was this part right here. And let me give you the backstory to what I'm about to bring up. The backstory to what I'm about to bring up is, one time I was talking to a friend and I was trying to teach him about the ancient Sumerians and the Akkadians, and we started at, I asked him what was the name of the Most High God. And this is a guy who's been in church for a long time, but he could not answer me what was the name of the Most High God. I said, you know there's a name for the Most High God in your Bible, right? You're always telling me about the Bible, and you don't know the name of the Most High God? I said, the reason you don't know the name of the Most High God is because his name was taken out of the King James edition. I dare say even the St. Jerome's edition. You would have to read the Hebrew version of, well, at least the Greek version, the Septuagint. I think it might be in the Septuagint. But if not, it would definitely be in the Hebrew version. So I said, go look up the name of the Most High God and we'll discuss tomorrow. But when tomorrow came, he chalked everything up to myth. He said, they said that's myth. I said, who's they? So I guess he went to Google, and the people told him. And we also was discussing Gilgamesh for some strange reason. Now, today when you discuss Gilgamesh, they quickly trump up that, oh, that's myth. Really? Because I definitely have some scrolls down here. And some, I should say seals rather, where Gilgamesh is on these 1,000-year-old seals. Now, we won't waste any more further time with these. I did want to zoom in for you guys so we can read it. You could take a closer look at it. I wanted to look at the imagery in the back, how it had the moon, how it had Saturn, how they were wearing helmets with horns which represent the crescent moon. But don't worry, we won't lose anything. I still have a bunch of information for you. Don't worry, we won't lose anything. Let me just go back to my presentation. Cool. All right, good. So we're starting at Sumer, right? Now back to our regular scheduled programming. I think the Sumerian kings list should be taught more. I think it should be brought up more in conversation. But if you went down that path, then what happens is it starts to immediately deteriorate Judaism, and I'm going to show you why in a second. So it's not me doing it. This is me telling you, oh, I see why they don't really speak about that part of history, and they quickly chalk it up to myth because there's too many similarities there. And any idiot would say, okay, this civilization came first, so they must be telling the truth, and whatever your story is very similar, so we're gonna have to say that either If you want to call it borrowed for more sensitivity, I'm fine with that. But you're not the original. There we go. City-state of Ur, a dominant political and religious center in southern Mesopotamia, flourishing along the Euphrates from roughly 2600 to 2000 BCE. 3 royal dynasties, the Sumerian Kings list records 3 successive dynasties of Ur, each marking a new era of power, culture, and architectural ambition. The Kings list blends legendary reigns of thousands of years with historical verified rulers, challenging scholars to separate record from reference. All right? Let's go here. We'll start with Ur-Nammu, architect of a new Sumerian age. Now you guys can just listen, whether in your living room, whether you're driving. I'll try to make this aesthetically pleasing to your ears, my reading. Try not to chop it up. Ur-Nammu, who reigned from approximately 2112 to 2095 BCE, is revered as the founder of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, ushering in a period of Sumerian renaissance after the Gutian incursions. His rule marked a critical turning point, unifying Mesopotamia and laying the groundwork for a highly centralized and prosperous state. The Code of Ur-Nammu enacted the oldest surviving law code, establishing a foundation for justice and social order within his newly unified realm. I thought it was Hammurabi, but again, I've never heard of Ur-Nammu. Maybe they're the same person. Grand Builder initiated extensive public works, most notably for the iconic Great Ziggurat of Ur and numerous temples across his empire. His political unification. He expelled the Gutians, consolidating control over Sumer and Akkad, restoring political stability in the region. He also developed a sophisticated irrigation systems and standardized weights and measures, fostering economic growth and agricultural prosperity. Hold on. Let me ask the AI if this, because this sounds awfully like King Hammurabi. Hold on. Ur-Nammu. Ur-Nammu and King Hammurabi the same individual? It sounds like King Hammurabi. No. Says they're not the same person. Alright. Sorry for trying to steal his shine. My bad. Didn't mean anything by it. Was not trying to steal your thunder, my boy. He's like, and yet, you were trying to steal my thunder. And yet. Okay. So let's move on to, I think, his son. Someone called Shulgi Dungi. That is a horrible name, bro. I would not want to have been born with that name, but you did good for yourself. Don't worry about my rhetoric. Shulgi, the second monarch of the illustrious 3rd dynasty of Ur, reigned for an impressive 48 years, transforming a resurgent city-state into a vast Mesopotamian empire. And he has these great military accolades and administrative reforms and whatnot. So we have Ur-Nammu, we have Shulgi. Then we come to somebody called Amar Sin. Amar Sin. Now, if you've been watching my channel recently, we've introduced the old ancient god Sin, which I don't think this is talked about enough. Amar Sin, who reigned for 9 years as a third king of the dynasty of Ur, skillfully continued the ambitious legacy of his father, Shulgi. His rule was marked by a steady hand in administration, a focus on religious devotion, which obviously his last name is Sin, so it tells us he worshipped a moon god named Sin, and he was devoted to the moon god Sin, and the maintenance of the vast Sumerian empire against external threats and internal dissent. And his accolades go on to say how the empire, he maintained it, and he also took up projects where he constructed and restored projects, and nothing, in my opinion, to write home about, but he was part of the third dynasty. That's fine. Then we have Bursin. None of these people who I've ever heard about, mind you. Bursin. Oh, actually, Bursin is also known as Shusin, the fourth ruler of the third dynasty of Ur, reigned for 9 years, succeeding Amarsin. His rule was largely focused on preserving the stability and territorial integrity of the vast Sumerian empire against increasing external pressures, particularly from nomadic Amorite tribes on the western frontier. He built something called the Martu Wall. He commissioned the construction of a massive defensive wall known as the Wall of Martu, stretching hundreds of kilometers to deter Amorite incursions and secure the empire's borders. The Martu Wall is crazy. That's wild. His religious devotion continued the tradition of royal piety, dedicating temples and offerings to the moon god and various other deities, strengthening the religious legitimacy throughout the empire. And then we come to the final individual that is a part of this third dynastic empire. Ibisen, the fifth and final king of the third dynasty of Ur, reigned for approximately 24,000 years. His rule was characterized by the gradual, irreversible disintegration of the once mighty Third Empire as internal rebellions, economics collapse. Well, there's nothing you can do about that, my boy. It happens to the best of us. Trust me. Sumerian enigmas. Exploring an alternative interpretation of Sumerian cosmology, some theories suggest that the gods described in ancient texts were not abstract deities, but advanced intelligences whose interactions profoundly shape early human civilization. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about these celestial beings. The Sumerian narrative of gods descending, ruling and establishing cities, and teaching foundational aspects like agriculture, law, and writing paints of pictures of direct intelligent intervention in human development. We hear these same stories when we read what was I reading actually? The Nag Hammadi, the Gnostic texts. And I don't know where my book is at. Otherwise, I would pull it out and pull out a few pages of how they discussed that the angels actually taught them metallurgy and taught man the workings of makeup and how to blend the metals together to make weapons and all of these things. But I don't know where my book is at. Anyway, the Sumerian kings list has a phrase in it that says kingship descended from heaven. Remember when I said earlier that if we started to go over Sumerian history and civilization, we would quickly find out, like, it would just be so apparent, like, wait a minute, these stories sound eerily familiar to the Hebrew history. In the Sumerian kings list, there's a phrase that says kingship descended from heaven. And the Sumerian kings list could be interpreted as a poetic metaphor, or it can be interpreted as historical memory of authority originating from beings associated with the sky. Now, I don't think what can't we deny? We can't deny that multiple civilizations talk about these sky gods, including the Dravidians, and the story, just the Hindu religion period is full of these stories. And when the Hindus actually illustrate the story, it even gets more interesting because the characters have a blue appearance. As we read yesterday, this could be because maybe instead of iron, they had copper in their blood, where we have the iron. I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but they said when their blood was oxidized, it did turn a blue-green. Who knows if that's true, if that's not true. Echoes of departure. If these advanced beings eventually departed, humanity would be left with the memory of divine rulership, which over time would crystallize into the doctrine of kings ruling by celestial mandate. Well, this is what I want you guys to take a look at. The kings list says kingship descended from heaven. But in the Bible, where's my Bible? My Bible is right here. I don't have religion, by the way. But in this, I do read the Bible. And in Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9. Let me see if I can... Deuteronomy 32. Get my glasses out. Bow. Get these reading peepers out. Huh? 8 through 9. It says, when the Most High divided the nations, their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Really? The thing is, that was edited and some things were changed, and many people don't even know it. Does it matter? It should. Well, why should it matter? Well, why should it matter? But anyway, just by changing just one word does a whole lot to the entire Bible, not just to that chapter or verse. So by them taking out the name and just referencing Elion as the Most High, they're not lying, by the way. Elion was the name of the most highest God upon them. So they just said, the Most High. You sure it wasn't Yahweh? No, it was El Elyon. If El Elyon is the Most High, then who the hell is Yahweh? That's neither here nor there. That's why we just put the Most High. No, I think you put the Most High because you tried something sneaky. I want to know, wait, this is not making sense at all. I never even heard of a guy named El Elyon. Yeah. You don't read Hebrew, that's why. Exactly, my dear boy. I don't read Hebrew. For if I did, I would have seen this ruse from the beginning. Now, the King's List says the kingmanship comes from the heavens. Why would they have said that? Maybe they read. Well, check this out. In the Bible, they don't deny that this kingship is coming from the heavens. They actually corroborate it. They just say it a different way. They say, when the Most High El Elyon divided the nations, he separated the sons of Adam. He fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the numbers of God. I wanted to know, what did that separation look like? So I took the time to do that for you, right? Because I asked Winter, how much time you got? Winter said, I got all day. I said, all right, then let's rock out then. Huh? Let's really rock out. Let's not play no games. Let me see if I can get all of that on screen. There we go. So what I did was I wanted to see how God would have broken up these nations. Like, how many nations were there? So I just started with the nations of the 3 sons of Noah. Starting with Japheth. It got interesting after a while, right? So I said, oh, the people might be interested in this little granular breakdown of this information. They ain't doing nothing but listening anyway. I'm doing all the heavy work. The biblical table of nations from the book of Genesis lists groups descended from Noah's sons, serving as an ancient ethno-geographical framework. Modern scholarship often links these ancient names to historical peoples and regions, providing fascinating insights into early Mesopotamian and Near Eastern geography. Well, this might take some time because there were 70 nations, but I find some of these very, very interesting because let's go with Gomer, identified as Anatolia, Cimmerian spelt with a C, modern Turkey region known for their nomadic invasions. Magog, associated with the Scythian region spanning parts of Ukraine and the southern Russian steppe. Javan, Iona, Greece, representing early Greek peoples. Madai corresponds to the Medes, people ancient Iranian people in northern Iran. We have Meshech, Anatolia. He's connected to Anatolia, a notable Iron Age kingdom. Okay. We have Ashkenaz, associated with the Scythian. Is that how you say that? Scythian. Scythian? I'm going to say Scythian. Scythian people near the Black Sea region, the Ashkenaz. Mind you, the Jews that are in Israel right now, these are Ashkenazi Jews. This whole conversation started with, why did we fly in Ethiopian 14,000? A big project that went on. Money put into it. They flew 14,000 Ethiopian Jews into Israel. And they said it was because of the goodness of their heart. But yet others say, no, that's not why. these people that they're calling the Falasha are actually the guardians of the so-called Ark of God, and these Ashkenazis wanted that Ark. Really? Really? Generally identified, let's see, Tyras, generally identified as Thrace, okay, encompassing areas of the Balkans. So as we can see, the antiquity of Japheth are mostly Caucasians. Again, the whole story of Noah is taken from the Sumerians. So it's not like I 100% believe the story. However, it is giving some perspective. At least they're breaking things down in a certain way we can see things, right? So Japheth is mainly, his descendants are mainly Caucasian. Then you have Ham. His descendants, Cush, associated with ancient kingdoms in Sudan and Ethiopia, known for their gold and powerful armies. You have Mizraim, the traditional biblical name for ancient Egypt, a civilization renowned for its monumental architecture and advanced culture. You have Put, often linked to ancient Libya and the broader North African region, recognizing for its trade networks. You have Canaan, encompasses the fertile lands of modern Israel, Palestine, Lebanon. You have Sheba, located in modern-day Yemen, famous for its control of the frankincense and myrrh trades. You have Seba, identified with region in the Upper Nile, possibly part of the wealthy kingdom of Meroe. You have Nimrod, a mighty hunter and founder of the early Mesopotamian cities like Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh. You have Caphatorim, generally identified with the island of Crete, home to the advanced Minro civilizations. Okay, let's keep on going. And now we get to Shem. You have Elam, identified with southern western Iran. The ancient kingdom of Elam was a formidable power, engaged in centuries of conflict and cultural exchange with Sumer and Akkad, influencing art and administration. You have Ashur, the progenitor of the Assyrians. I didn't know that. Whose capital city of Ashur in northern Iraq grew into the heart of the history's most dominant empires, known for its military prowess and monumental architecture. You have Arphaxad, associated with the Chaldean region in southern Iraq. Arphaxad is traditionally linked to the ancestors of the Hebrews, positioning them with the cradle of Mesopotamian civilization. Yes, we'll get to that in a second. You have Lud, commonly identified with Western Anatolia, specifically the Lydians, an innovative people famous for introducing coin money and their rich cultural contributions to the ancient world. You have Uz, not like the chips. Uz, often placed in southern Syria or Jordan. The land of Uz is famously known for the home of the biblical figure Job, a symbol of perseverance and faith. You have Aram, the ancestor of the Armenians. That makes sense. Whose homeland was in Syria. Their language, Aramaic, became the lingua franca across such the Near East and was spoken by Jesus. By the way, there was a lot of languages that derived out of Aramaic. You had Hul, believed to be the northern Syria, a region vital for trade routes and early agricultural settlements connecting Mesopotamia with the Mediterranean. You have Gether, a more obscure identification with the Syrian region, likely representing a smaller tribal or geographical identity. You have Mash, thought to represent parts of northern Mesopotamia, possibly nomadic groups or specified localized communities. Shem had a lot going on. You have Ophir, a legendary land of riches, possibly Oman or East Africa, famed for its gold, precious stones, exotic goods, widely sought after ancient world. You have Sheba, the Shemite, distinguished from the Hamitic Sheba. Okay, so these are two different Shebas. This lineage is also linked to Yemen, potentially representing a different tribal or cultural grouping within the wealthy incense. Okay. And you got Havilah, the Shemite Havilah, associated with Arabian Peninsula, a land rich in gold and bdellium and onyx stone, indicating its valuable resources. All right. Let's get to this Ark of the Covenant. Central to ancient Israelite worship, the Ark of the Covenant transcended a mere container, serving as a powerful symbol of Yahweh's presence, guidance, and covenant with his people. Its design, functions, and narratives illustrate a profound connection between divinity, authority, and human journey within the ancient Near East. Now I want to talk about this Ark of the Covenant. I want to talk about what it actually was. When we read the Bible, it definitely appears that the ark symbolized God's dwelling amongst these people, particularly through the mercy seat, the place where God met with the high priest. So apparently he had to sit in between these two cherubims. But the more and more I read the Bible and I see how much advanced technology is actually in the Bible, I think I have to reconsider everything, including this story about this Ark of a Covenant. Now, the first thing that is going to make me think is Ezekiel's description of whatever came from the sky that he said came down like a whirlwind, and he described fire within itself, which I took as jet propellers. And he said it was a wheel within the wheel with eyes all around the wheels. So obviously I took this as either windows or lights on this wheel, which sounds like, to me, a UFO. An extraterrestrial vehicle. Now, there are so many other civilizations that are regarding these people from the sky, and they say, yo, the sky people determine who's going to be a king down here, which was also repeated in the Bible. And then they said, nah, the El Elyon, he said who was going to be a king down here. So that got me to thinking. I said, well, maybe this ark that they talking about, I mean, they calling it an ark, we calling it an ark according to the translation, but maybe really what it was a way to communicate with these beings in case of emergencies. Like a telephone, but even better, because I can get there to you. Now, it's easy to chalk this up and say, yeah, but all of this is myth. Yes, but there's so many reoccurring themes that it tells me at some point, at somewhere, unless they are the worst players of telephone ever in life, somewhere something was real. Now, we listened yesterday to historian John Henrik Clarke, and he says the idea of God as we know it today didn't really start to 300, around the 4th century, 300 and change. Because before this, we did not regard the gods the way we see it right now, and even have a word for the God. But these people will always look to the outer, either to the sky or the extraterrestrial sources like the moon, like Saturn, like the sun. The covenant witness containing the tablets of the law, the Ten Commandments, it served as a physical reminder of the foundational covenant between God and Israel. Now, we also learned this week that the so-called Ten Commandments were also borrowed, if you will, to be gentler to everyone's religion, if you want to say that, from another civilization, which would be the Egyptian civilization. But it makes sense because also Moses was raised as an Egyptian. So if he was going to leave and then go up on some mound, because that's what I is, that's what AI is. AI is a mound. The mound of the moon god, which you have sin, and then it is 2 syllables, Sinai, except it is really spelt sin and then I is the mound. So, as we've seen before, there were other rulers of who kept the name Sin. So we know the ideology of sin was actually not myth, but was incorporated in true history. There was civilizations that did believe in the goon god Sin for a long time. The Jews of today still move off a lunar calendar. I think it is quite confusing that a religion like Christianity would derive from Judaism and yet have the audacity to try to splinter off with its own idiosyncrasies, and you're using a solar calendar. Well, why wouldn't you stay in unison with the religion you derive from? Why would you not stay in rhythm with that? That's a rhetorical question. It doesn't matter. I don't require an answer. I'm not looking for a serious answer from you. It's just something to contemplate. We got Perry Kressner in the house. He says, are we talking pre-Jew or post? We were talking about both. We're about to talk about, so Sumerians, pre-Jew, right? All of that pre. We'll get into a second. I think I'm going to go into it. I always do go into the birth of the Hebrew. Okay, so this slide actually jumps way into who the Falasha are, which I don't say that out. I don't want to call that out of disrespect. The whole world is calling them Falasha, and if, quite honestly, if they're not on board with that, it sounds like when you're ignorant, that sounds like Yeah, this could be the right name, Falasha. But then when you find out, hey, they don't really like that name, they find it disrespectful, then we just have to say the Beta Israel Guardians. You understand? That's how they want to be. That's how they want to be regarded. Now, since Perry brought up post Hebrew, I always like to bring up the fact that what makes you in Hebrew, right? It's the weirdest thing in the world, because you had Abraham's father who came from Ur of the Chaldees. We just did a small little history on Ur. We didn't go through all 3 dynasties, but we did the 3rd dynasty. So we know that the rulers were moon god worshippers. It says that that Abraham's father, came from this Ur. I don't think these people that we call the Hebrews actually gave up everything that was in them from Ur of the Chaldees. Otherwise, they would not have synagogues. To this day, they still have synagogues. They still follow a moon calendar, a lunar calendar. Bigger than all of that, why do you think that crossing over into another land would make you somebody different? Does it work like that? That's a rhetorical question. It does not work like that. You just don't cross over and just... Not a totally people all together, right? You didn't. It's not like you crossed over into Jordan and was like, we're Jordanian now. That we understand. How do you cross over and you say, we're going to just do a new language, right? You have a history that is oddly similar in every way to the Mesopotamian, Sumerian cultural history, right? Your stories of Noah, that's an older story that is included in the Epic of Adrahasis. Your story of the creation of man, that is an older story that is included in the Epic of Enki and Ninhursag. So my question is, why would you take off, Jack, and attempt, and you did a good job at attempting it because you actually made it happen, but you marched off. You started your own culture, which I don't think if you knew anybody was going to put one and one together, which is why they don't teach Sumerian history today, because people would put it together and then the rules would stop. How is that going to affect Judaism? If it affects Judaism, it's obviously going to affect Christianity and Islam, because people are like, wait a minute, our religions are built on this religion. Wait a minute, Jack, I feel betrayed. Who am I serving this whole time? God knows. The real God knows. I don't know. And why are we considering whoever or whatever a God? Because they were more technologically advanced, right? Obviously, they were able to give some type of machinery to a people. And they say, yo, whenever you need me, just have your representative sit in this seat right here, and then we will discuss. Was this a portal? Was the Ark of the Covenant a portal? Do you know that in 1993, when they said the U.S. invaded Iraq,
the first thing they went for, the first thing they did was they went to the museums. That is awfully weird. Now, the first thing you would do after invading this country, I mean, you did all of this? Which is weird, because you said that we were going to go over there because, first of all, the towers got knocked down. You blamed Osama bin Laden, and then we attacked Saddam Hussein. It didn't make sense, but for us ignorant, passionate people, we knew that you were going after somebody in the Middle East. They have other derogatory terms over here for these people, but I'm trying to clean up my channel, so I'm fighting the urge to actually say what they call these people so that I get better sponsors. So I don't think that anybody in America really cared who we went after. But the United States had it all mapped out. We knew from jump, yeah, we're gonna get over there and we're gonna get these relics. Because as much as they act like they're not paying attention to any mystical or divine conversations, they do a lot. They participate in a lot of stuff that has to do with some of these fringe topics that color way outside the lines of science. Need I remind you about the Philadelphia experiment? Yes. Huh? Need I remind you of the psychics that we hired during the Cold War to see what was going on in Russia? The list goes on. Oh, we're involved in it. They just don't want you to know we're involved. You might start putting too many things together. Right? They don't really want you looking at these ancient cultures, because if you look too hard, then you might start to see some things that they don't want you to see. They don't necessarily need you looking at the rituals that were going on and how those rituals are vaguely familiar to things that you may be reading in the Epstein files about sacrifice. Check It Out TV. What's good with you, man? We just building. We just here building. Salute everybody. Thanks everybody for coming in. I'm not done. I just want to thank everybody for their participation, for listening. I'm not done. We're going to keep going. All right. So, I know I'm on this slide, but I haven't finished talking about the actual creation of of the Hebrews, and it is a confusing conversation to most, because there's three ways to regard them. You can regard them as Hebrews, you can regard them as Israelites, and you can regard them as Jews. And if you have three different options, the reason there's three different options is because it gives a more security to the story. But if you've taken the time, like myself, to really scrutinize this story, then it does not make sense at all. And yet it does. Because I see the similarities between the old Mesopotamian civilizations and the Hebrews. But everybody, they're not going to take the time to see that. Right? So I see what happened. Allegedly, this Moses, and even the story, I'm sorry to break your heart, but the story of Moses comes from Mesopotamian history. That is King Sargon's story. Now you have to ask yourself, which came first, the chicken or the egg? But if that's too confusing for you, then ask yourself, which came first, the Hebrews or the Mesopotamians? Or the Babylonians? Because that's his story of floating up a river in a reed basket. That's not Moses' stories. So it appears that the entirety, almost. Don't listen to Wes Huff. Wes Huff, he's an agent. He's an agent. Just use your logic and your reason. Does one become before two? Then if yes, then what are we talking about? You give me a recycled civilization and you telling me that we're going to start a... Who's the real cult leader here? Anyway, let's see. The true patriots of this culture, they come from a territory where obviously the moon god Sin is in control. Then they feed us some story about Jacob wrestling some other guy. He's touching on his funny bone. It doesn't get explicit. Don't worry. Not like Lot. That gets crazy. That story gets nuts. That's not for children. But they don't do anything that's R-rated. They're just wrestling around. A little bit too long for my liking. You understand? To the break of day. I mean, I'm good, bro. Is there an axe? Is there a sword? Something I can finish this off? I'm not wrestling with you to the break of day. You feeling on my funny bones? Then you have the audacity to change my name? Whose name? My name is Yaakov, bro. No. From henceforth, you will be known as... Peep this out. Peep this name. They really must think we stupid. From henceforth, you will be known as Is, Ra, and El. Wow. Is the Is for Isis? Is the Ra for the sun god Ra? And is the El for the Canaanite El title? Deity? Like El Elyon? El? I don't know to this day. But that's what he changed his name to, and hence the descendants of him will be known as Israelites. Wow, that's amazing. It's an amazing story. A little bit too much is borrowed from other civilizations for me, but it is an amazing story. Now, what makes this even more amazing is, I don't know if it's coincidence, but there was a pharaoh called Amenhotep IV, aka Akhenaten. Now, his grandfather was Thutmose III. And what Thutmose III is known for is he wanted to bring in all the mystery schools together under one. Let me tell you something. Something like that would take time. And I don't think Thutmose III achieved it into its entirety as the way he wanted it, right? I think he got pretty far with it. But for one, it is a mystery school we're talking about, and then we're trying to unite all the mystery schools together. Nonetheless, I assume that Thutmose III taught his children and his grandchildren about his idea, but it would have to be done in secrecy, because you're also, it can look away, right? It can look like you're going against the mighty priesthood of that time. Now, Amenhotep IV, he actually did try to go ahead and institute a monotheistic system going on in their religion. And it did not take well. It was never going to take well because, well, if you only got one God, how many priests do you need for one God? However, the priest of Amun, they had many different priests. There was because this is a polytheistic system. So you got a priest for this, a priest for that, a priest for this, a priest for that. But when you come and you try to institute a monotheistic system, that dwindles down some people, and some people about to get some pink slips. Can you afford that? If I'm not doing this, then what am I doing? I'm definitely not going out there working, bro. Like, we can't do that. We cannot do that. So immediately he put his life in danger, because there were going to be some people after him, and they want to return to what they know as their culture. He put what they say, a target on his back. And just because you pharaoh or you king don't mean, we've seen numerous times in history where, okay, you're going to drink a little wine and something's going to be in that wine and you're never going to wake up again. But let me tell you what I think happened to Amenhotep IV. I don't think he drunk poison wine or any of those things. Now, here's your Moses, right? Just pay attention here. You tell me the similarities. Because it's the same century. This is the same century that this happened, that he was exiled from Egypt, that they said the birth of Judaism actually started. But where did it start? It actually started in a place that Amenhotep was very friendly with, which was Canaan. How do we know? How can I just say that? Can I just say that willy-nilly, that he had a good relationship with Canaan? I can say that willy-nilly because there were letters called the Amarna letters, where the Canaanites reach out to him while he's the head of Egypt and say, hey, first of all, we love you, we praise you, you know what I'm saying? You are that guy. But we must ask for resources because we're dealing with a people called the Hybaru people. Desert dwellers, if you dare. Desert dwellers, Hybaru people. And they've been coming here and trying to force us to give them our resources, and they're really oppressive, and we need your help ASAP. Now, when you look at the similarity of the phonetic pronunciation of Hybaru and Hebrew, I cannot tell you today these are the same people based off that alone. I think that would be irresponsible. But I would like to give that bit of information to you, just in case you want to dig more into it, that there were a group of Hybaru people recorded as oppressing or trying to oppress the Canaanite people. Let's do a sidebar. Perry says every great peoples have a... We're not talking about every great people. We're talking about which came first. So, respectfully, Perry, I don't think I'm in the mood for that type of conversation. It's not. I'm not him. I'm not that guy. You know, every civilization. No. There's a difference between talking about Native Americans and Sumerians. We're not even talking about the same timeline. So, as though we may not have it granularized down to the ballpoint day and second and hour, we pretty much know, okay, this one, it took a while for you guys to even get over here. So, we're talking about you later on. Let's not do that. Let's not oversimplify what we're discussing here. That is part of the problem too. You guys want to oversimplify. Well, every great... No. You know why every great nation has a story about a flood? They talk... It's a game of telephone. But I'm not talking about nations that came. I'm talking about the first nations that are documented. Even though, shout out to my master teacher, Master Kaba Kamin. I never say his middle name because I don't want to butcher it. And we will be talking about some of his theories and his teachings that kind of different from mine. See, because I can teach you other things that I may not necessarily agree with, but I will give you the information because information is key. And that is part of what I do on this channel. We're going to discuss society, past, present, and future, right? And he has some African nations as the oldest nations and not Sumer, which is interesting. So we'll go over that sometime soon. But we're not talking about every great nation. Every culture has a flood story. That's not what we're talking about, bro. I'm not talking about every nation. I'm talking about the first nations of civilization having a detailed record. So why would you go to number 10? Oh, I got all these options here. 1 through 20. Where shall I start? Let's start at 11. That makes perfect sense, bro. Don't let them tell you different. I know it already. We start at 1. If the scientists say, yeah, the Sumers, then we start. That's where we started. My only thing is, if y'all documented and said that Sumer was one of the first places of civilization, then why aren't you guys teaching that in school? Why aren't more people teaching this? I already know it's a rhetorical question. It's rhetorical. No one has to answer this. So reasons I've already said. Now, getting back to the creation of Moses, in the same century, Amenhotep is exiled from Egypt. So when I look at the similarities of the Hebrew God, where does the Hebrew God come from? It comes from Sinai, the mountain of Sinai Peninsula, which is in Egypt. So you got an Egyptian moon god? Okay. All right. Sure, you're right. In the Hebrew story, Moses realized that these are my people. You must let my people go. Right? And then he marches off with a bunch of Hebrews. Is this just a symbolic allegory? Is this saying that Amenhotep left with his followers and he already tried to do his own thing in Egypt, and those priests kicked him up out of there because the rent was due? And can't nobody, this is not even a good financial plan you going into monotheism. Who believes in one God? You're bugging, and you're going to drive us into the poorhouse. Get up out of here. Get out of here. Where does he go? He goes to the one place that through historic documents we know he has a relationship, which is Canaan. When he gets there, he does not have the resources that he once had when he was Pharaoh. So now he has to deal with these Hebrew people who are phonetically very similar to Hebrew. I mean, it's close, Jack. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but it is mighty close. This is in the documents, the Armana letters. You guys can read it. So he gets there. He doesn't have the backing he used to have. All he got is a good name, which by now might spread that he is nobody in society. And they will find out where he's at. You understand? And then they will come looking for him, which is also in the story. The king came looking for him. By the way, magic is also in the story. Whole magical display, yo. Moses got his staff, he's doing this. Their priest got his staff, they doing this. Whose God is better? It's always been about whose God is better, because these areas, they call them city states. Each one had their own God. But now the book actually explains why each one has its own God, because El Elyon, not Yahweh. For if you finish that sentence, if you finish that verse, if you finish that, the next verse says, for the sons of Yahweh were of El Elyon, the children of El Elyon, the sons of El Elyon, was given land. But Yahweh was never given no land. What was Yahweh given? In the book it says Yahweh was given Jacob's seed. Ugh. Disgusting. But clarity at the same time. You understand? It's kind of like reading the Diddy files when you find out he's out here rubbing the man's semen on his nipples. It is disgusting. But it's giving us a better clarity of this whole situation. So, the great God of the Hebrew people, y'all wasn't even given no land? We know this because in your own story, Yahweh has to tell the children of Israel, I want you to go over there and just murder everything moving. Which I don't know why Christians would just be like, nah, it's the same God. First of all, Jesus would never act like this. Never. You think a man that wore sandals named after himself, that exposes his toes, would be down to clown all around the town in this type of violent manner? No. That's not Jesus' MO at all. Maybe Peter get down like that. You know, Peter's quick on the draw. He's out here slicing people's ears off. It gets crazy fast with people. But Jesus is more tender-hearted. He's out here putting people's ears back on, apologizing. No, man, don't worry about him. He gets grumpy sometime. How are you? Huh? How's mom? Hey, do me a favor. Suffer the little children. Suffer the little children. Huh? Even Job wasn't breaking down. I don't think Job burst down and I could be wrong. But Jesus out here crying. He's the only one famous for crying in the Bible. Just Jesus. Just Jesus is famous for crying. If I was to ask you, hey, who in the Bible wept? The first name that's going to come out your mouth, Jesus. I ain't trying to say, no, don't worry about it. I know you ain't trying to say he's soft. No, I ain't trying to say he's soft. I'm just saying he was crying. That's a fact. He was crying. Yeah, I know. I thought I forgot. I mean, Job wasn't even doing all of that. So I don't know how you Michael Wilbur. I don't know how you think these are the same two individuals, Yahweh and Jesus. Because it seems like a Frankenstein of a story. Now that you look at it. It seems like Amenhotep, he is Moses, because Moses is true indeed a Egyptian name anyway. And he did not appreciate what he was trying to bring to Egypt. And if y'all don't want it, I'll take this elsewhere. But it's going down. And it went down. For Yahweh is not even part of the Canaanite pantheon. And until this day, no one can tell me where Yahweh actually comes from. Because they said he came from the Sinai Peninsula, which is in Egypt, territory, region. Not that scientists could find any place called Sinai. They have never found it to this day. They have created a place, but they have not found the archaeological evidence that the actual Sinai existed. It doesn't matter because it was a mound. A good mud flooded. The mound is no longer there. It's all good, bro. We're not fully invested in the story for real. We're not. Now that we know you took so much from this older civilization that you don't want to teach us, we're not really that committed. In all truth, in all actuality, we would like to hear more about the previous civilization. Let's hear what they was talking about. Nonetheless, let's get to it. These people had some type of contraption. Was it magical or was it technology? Oh, this is where it gets interesting, though, Daddy. This is where it gets interesting. What did he say? I like it when you scramble, Daddy. Free the diddler. The diddler. Oh, God. This is where it gets interesting. There are a lot of unexplainable things in the Bible, and I don't want to chalk it up to myth as much as a misunderstanding of what was more technology and what was more the ability to manipulate reality on this planet, right? So when you take something like manna, who's to say manna wasn't real, right? But who's also to say what manna was? We know now that the atmosphere is able to be manipulated. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Did I save it? I don't think I saved this one either. What was I doing yesterday? Nah, I saved that one. Hold on. I had saved a couple of things on Instagram that I want to show you. It didn't. It didn't save. I don't see it. It's all good. And it's not all good, and yet it's all good at the same time. So let me tell you what I was going to show you. That I'm cool with that. What I was going to show you was the snow that has been falling. There was a guy, a Caucasian guy. He went out with his blowtorch, and he actually, I guess he wanted to see if he could just burn the ice instead of like shoveling it. But when he went to go burn the ice just turned black. And it didn't melt. That's the thing. It didn't melt. So he's like, yo, what type of ice is this? Is this man-made ice? So I think there's way more things that can be manipulated that we don't even have any idea yet. But we also have to remember we can't see every bandwidth of frequencies. Like, we can't see all of them. We can see a couple of them, but we can feel some of them. But we cannot acknowledge all of the frequencies that's out there. Like, you don't feel radio waves. You hear them next to other speakers or something like that, but you don't see them or feel them. Let's continue on. Okay. Let me get to the Beta Israels, the guardians of ancient faith. The Beta Israel often refers to as the Falasha, are ancient Jewish community with rich history rooted in Ethiopia, claiming descent from the lost tribe of Dan, or companions of Queen Sheba. Their centuries of isolation fostered unique traditions, yet their adherence to biblical law remained unwavering. Oral traditions link their ancestry to the tribe of Dan, or companions of the Sheba. Good, I read that. Centuries of isolation, read that. Return to Zion, officially recognized as Jews by Israel. Well, first of all, who is anybody from Israel, the state, to recognize these Ethiopian descendants as Jews? I think that is preposterous. That is absolutely preposterous. That a people that are not associated with the tribe of Judah or the Judeans genetically at all would have the audacity to say, no, we recognize you. Let me remind you that you are imposters. This is why YouTube hates my guts, and I can't help myself, because I truly am appalled. That you would show. Not only are you not associated from a biblical standpoint, right? Because we already read the descendants of Japheth. That's not me. I didn't come up with all of that. I just outlined it and reframed it and gave it to you. Think I got the time to be sitting there meticulously writing out each nation and where they're from? But when I looked at most of these Caucasian nations, they was from the sons of Japheth. You Khazarians they thought you were savages before they made you get religion, which is why they forced you to get religion. If history tells it right, you were savages in the Khazarian region, and you were being pressed in on both sides by Christian and Muslims, and you were the only one sitting there like savages, savages, and they say, yo, y'all need religion. What are you doing? We be back in 2 weeks. Pick a religion, bro. And you said we will go with neither one of y'all. For we will go with Judaism. One thing I give you, you are consistent. You did not stop until you went over there and took these people's land. I will give you that. But I also recognize a heartless people when I see one. And there's no way in the world you could tell me you went and helped the Beta Israel guardians of the ancient faith because they were being oppressed by the Sudanese? 14,000? Yeah, there was something you wanted. It says that the Operation Moses, 1984 to 1985, a clandestine airlift brought approximately 8,000 Ethiopian Jews. Then Operation Joshua, you did an additional 1,000. And then Operation Solomon, which was a non-stop airlift, you transported over 14,000. So that's 14 plus another 6 is 20, plus another 2 is 22, plus another 1,000 is 23. That's 23,000 Ethiopian Jews that you flew over there. If you are that type of humanitarian, why did it stop? And why was it so specific? Why did it just deal with these true descendants of the Hebrews? If you ask me, as I get my theme music going, if you ask me, not everything that we read is myth. But I understand your struggle to find out what do I understand, right? You're like, yo, Jamel, if I start believing in every strange thing, like men riding on carpets through the sky, where does it stop? Do I start believing in the fairy, the tooth fairy? I don't know if I have an answer for that. But what I will say is, let's not be so fast to write off these earlier civilizations' history, right? I think let's scratch everything we know. Let's do that. Let's scratch everything we know and let's start from the beginning instead of starting from a people that have clearly been caught with their hand in the cookie jar. By plagiarizing someone else's civilization. Jason said he's a white liberal that believes in the tooth fairy. I didn't say there was anything wrong with believing in the tooth fairy. I didn't say anything was wrong with that. I just want to do critical thinking. Listen, everybody. We had a long show, but we had a good turnout. I had to trick YouTube for that last part. And really the last part was for me to give my audience new information, which was the Operation Moses, Operation Solomon, and Operation Joshua. Right? But when I tried to do the show on just that, YouTube was like, nah. I had like 0 people in there for a long time. So I had to trick the system and act like I was going to talk about something. And it's a shame I have to do this, but I got 18,000 views today. And I was still able to get the information out there. So at the end of the day, we did have a great conversation about the Department of War, budget. We had a great conversation. I appreciate everybody that was involved. So today's show was a show for everybody. But now it's over. I'm going to go get some lunch. It's 11:30. So I appreciate you guys coming through. I'm going to let my theme music rock out till I get out of here.
Temple Mount of the Dome of the Rock is on top of Solomon's Stables. End of the Blue Nile. There are several islands in Lake Tana, one of them where the Ark of the Covenant is today. For centuries, the Holy Ark has been guarded by her descendants called the Falasha. The Falasha are Ethiopian Jews who claim ancestry from King Solomon and Queen Sheba. There are thousands and thousands of black Jews in Ethiopia. The descendants of Queen Sheba became very popular. They had an ancient form of Judaism that was untouched or modified for many millennia. For many decades, the Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie I called himself the Lion of Judah. He knew about the lion symbol and Judah. Judah was the capital province of ancient Israel where Jerusalem is located. He wore the Star of David because he traced his ancestry back to King Solomon and Queen Sheba. After Haile Selassie I died in 1975, Ethiopia's civil wars escalated. The old empire was destroyed and the communist Marxist regime took power. In 1988, the Israelis told the Ethiopians they were going to take the Falasha and bring them back to Israel. The Ethiopians refused, insisting the Falasha stay. In retaliation, the Israelis, or rather the Mossad, went to the area off the Ethiopian Red Sea coastline and started the Eritrean independence movement. This resulted in the creation of the province called Eritrea, and then made Eritrea into a separate country. Eritrea landlocked Ethiopia by cutting Ethiopia off from all ports. Out of desperation, the Ethiopians agreed to allow the Israelis to take the Falasha. The Israelis sent in aircraft after aircraft to what is now Addis Ababa Bole International Airport and northern parts of Ethiopia. They airlifted approximately 14,000 Ethiopian Falasha Jews back to Israel. At this time, the Ark of the Covenant was allegedly taken back to Israel according to the Mossad. The Mossad are the most highly respected intelligence agency in the world. The Falasha are currently used in Israel to guard the Dimona nuclear power plant in the Negev desert. They are easily identifiable by their African appearance. If the Israelis used local people as guards, they would be indistinguishable from the rest of the population, which consists of Israeli, Arabs, and Persian descendants. Most of the Falasha, as well as the original darker-skinned Arabic Jews in Israel, live in poverty without equal rights with other citizens. The white-skinned Jews are really not Jews but are descendants of the Khazars. Supposedly, the Ark is once again located in Solomon's stables underneath Jerusalem. This was done in preparation for New World religion and the coming Messiah. The prophecies of ancient Israel state that when the Ark is returned and the temple is rebuilt, the Messiah will come. The Temple Mount of the Dome of the Rock is on top of Solomon's stables. The Israelis have tunneled underneath the Dome of the Rock, undermining its foundation and causing it to crack and tilt. The Israelis warned that the temple would collapse, yet they refused to let any of the Israeli architects or engineers fix it. The Israelis want it to fall apart. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has stated that in his term, he will begin rebuilding the Temple of Solomon. In the past, I have said there will be 3 global rituals. The first ritual was the simultaneous destruction and creation of atomic matter in the 1945 atomic explosion. The second was the symbolic marriage of heaven and earth with the lunar landings in 1969. The third ritual is the rebuilding of the third Solomon's temple. Remember, the Illuminati do everything in threes. 3 represents creation or perfection. Ancient Hebrew coins have been found in the desert of New Mexico. Writing found inscribed in rock in North America appears to be pre-Babylonian Hebrew letters. Artifacts have been dug up in ancient Indian grave sites that look like Hebrew religious artifacts. This is definitely more than public history would have you believe. Now is the time for true world history to be known. 11. Bible Code. The Hebrew language is not just a letter system. It is a numerical system. What is used for letters is also used for numbers. Refer to the Healer's Handbook for the correlation chart of Hebrew/numerical values/hyperspace symbols. Gematria is the study of the frequency of Hebrew words in numerical value. Hebrew can be used as a formula. When you take a sentence in the Hebrew language, put the words together so there are no spaces, then feed that into a computer. The letters register as numbers and give you the values. In the 1970s, at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, there were some individuals that did such a project. They took the first 5 books of Moses from the Old Testament in the Hebrew alphabet and fed them into a computer. The computer showed skip sequences. For example, every 27th, 33rd, and 50th letters were the same. They used a program to connect all the matching numbers together, revealing hyperspace archetypes/symbols. Every chapter and every part of the Bible had geometric shapes. For example, in ancient Hebrew, there are certain letters such as lamed, which is pronounced as an L, which was always written with a crown on it. The letter shin was also written with a crown. If the language was ever forgotten and you only remembered these few letters, you can extrapolate all the others. The computer took all the shapes from the sequences and combined them together. The master shape that was revealed was the tetrahedron within the octahedron. When all archetypes/shapes in hyperspace are put together, you will get the archetype or shape of God Mind, which is the tetrahedron within the octahedron. Figure 11.1, Ultimate Protection Archetype. When a light is shown on any part of the tetrahedron within the octahedron, another shape is transmitted on the opposite side. Every shape in creation can be derived from the tetrahedron within the octahedron. If anything is ever lost, this shape alone can recreate it. This is why this archetype/shape is the ultimate protection, because everything in existence is included within it. When the ancient Hebrew Bible is put into a computer to generate a form, the tetrahedron within the octahedron is the shape that occurs. The letters that have the crown are the points on the tetrahedron within the octahedron. This study is extremely fascinating. No human being came up with this. This is hyperspace language, and this is why it is so important for you to learn the language of hyperspace. The study also determined that every chapter in the Bible is symbolic. Even though the Bible tells a story, there is another story behind the story that is not in words. The hidden story is comprised of color, tone, and archetype. For example, when the computer was programmed to generate a master symbol for the book of Genesis, a toroid was the result. The donut-shaped toroid symbol moves and unfolds in upon itself. The toroid is a multidimensional shape that symbolizes creation as told in the book of Genesis. The symbol relates to the story in the book. Humanity exists in this energetic toroid at the edge. This is also where our planet is energetically located. There is very important symbolism here. Figure 11.2, toroid. The Bible code will tell you anything you want to know. It contains realities and alternate realities. If you input your name in the Bible code, it will